The streets of Lancaster City echoed with the sounds of battle, the harsh clatter of weapons and the grunts of men locked in desperate combat. Vanduke stood firm amidst the chaos, his form a towering shadow among the street fighters. His mission was simple: hold this timeline steady. The Vandukes were many, protectors of universes and timelines, each sworn to guard the threads of existence. This was just another battle in an endless war across infinite timelines, nothing Vanduke hadn't seen before. Smoke billowed from the burning husks of overturned carriages and cracked asphalt. Debris scattered across the landscape as soldiers clashed in the once peaceful city. Vanduke's eyes scanned the battlefield with precision. In his hand, the weight of his .44 Magnum was familiar, comforting even, as it clicked against the leather of his glove. He'd fought these battles countless times, in countless places. This was just another day for the Vandukes until it wasn't. As he moved to cover behind the remnants of a shattered wall, something strange began to happen. At first, it was just a shift in the air, something subtle yet undeniable, a disorienting hum that resonated through his bones. Then, without warning, the very fabric of the world seemed to bend around him. His surroundings twisted, blurred, until the recognizable sounds of battle, the gunfire, the shouting faded into the background. He felt himself being pulled from the streets of Lancaster, through something invisible, something powerful. Vanduke's senses screamed in alarm. This wasn't supposed to happen. The Vandukes were never taken by surprise, yet here he was, feeling as if he were being wrenched from the timeline entirely. With a jolt, everything changed. He found himself thrown into a new world, his body slamming against a cold, metallic surface. Gasping, he scrambled to his feet, eyes wide as he took in his surroundings. The city streets of Lancaster were gone, replaced by an unfamiliar environment, sleek and metallic, lit by the distant glow of unfamiliar stars. Above him, the sky teemed with activity. Ships, no, starships of all sizes and shapes darted across the skyline, high above clouds that looked unnatural, tinged with hues he had never seen before. Laser fire streaked the heavens, bright bursts of energy zipping between vessels. He could see figures, two strange figures, some in gleaming white armor, others in darker uniforms, wielding weapons that sparked with energy. And then there were the ones with glowing swords made of pure light. Instinctively, Vanduke took cover behind a towering piece of debris, his magnum ready. He was a warrior, and warriors didn't panic. But he had to admit, this was unlike anything he had ever encountered. Where was he? And more importantly, when was he? He glanced at his call sign, the small device strapped to his wrist, a tool that allowed him to contact other Vandukes across the multiverse. It should have worked instantly, pinging him back to his timeline, allowing him to regroup. But the screen flashed red. Error, timeline unknown. Vanduke frowned, trying again. The device blinked the same message. Frustration surged in his chest. This wasn't possible. Vanduk leaned back, taking a moment to catch his breath. He reached out with his ethereal vision, a gift every Vanduk had, an ability to peer into the threads of time, to navigate through the swirling layers of reality. But this time, when he tried to tap into it, nothing came. It was as though he had been cut off from the multiverse entirely, stranded in this strange place. He cursed under his breath, trying to steady his thoughts. It wasn't just his ethereal vision that had failed him. His calls to other Vandukes, their shared mental link that allowed them to coordinate across vast distances, were met with silence. No matter how many times he tried to reach out, it was as if they simply didn't exist here. The weight of isolation pressed down on him. The sounds of laser fire erupted nearby, pulling Vanduk from his thoughts. He ducked lower as a group of armored soldiers, clones, it seemed, rushed past, their white armor gleaming in the alien light. They carried weapons Vanduk had never seen before, sleek blasters that fired bolts of energy. And then there were the others, the ones with the swords. Vanduk had no idea who they were, but they moved with a grace and speed that told him they were dangerous, lethal. He needed a plan. He couldn't stay here out in the open, exposed to enemies he didn't understand. His instincts told him to fight, to engage, but he knew better. Vanduk was no stranger to danger, but fighting an enemy you couldn't even begin to comprehend was a fool's errand. He had to find a way out of here, back to Lancaster, back to his mission, back to the multiverse he knew. Vanduk glanced again at the call sign. Error, timeline unknown. The words blinked across the screen, taunting him. He growled in frustration, slamming a fist against the metal wall beside him. This couldn't be right. There were infinite timelines. He should be able to connect to one of them. Any of them. And yet, nothing. As the battle raged on around him, Vanduk realized something chilling. He wasn't just in another timeline, he was completely out of place, in a universe that wasn't part of the multiverse he knew. He was lost, truly lost. No call sign could reach him here. No ethereal vision could guide him. For the first time in a long while, Vanduk felt fear creep into his chest. He was on his own. Vanduk crouched lower, watching the battlefield unfold before him. His keen eyes darted between the two sides, both strange and alien to him, yet both unmistakably engaged in a fight that seemed as old as time itself. The droids, mechanical and unfeeling, marched in perfect synchrony. Their movements were precise, efficient, but devoid of any individuality. No commander stood among them, no organic life directing their actions. For a brief moment, Vanduk considered whether these machines had achieved some form of sentience. Could they be a life form in their own right? Could they be evolving, rebelling against their creators? But as he studied their behavior more closely, his suspicion faded. The droids, though disciplined, weren't acting with free will. They moved as a collective unit, following orders that clearly came from somewhere, or someone, beyond vandukes' current understanding. Preset codes, algorithms. This was nothing new. He had seen it in many universes before. They were just tools, extensions of a larger force. Shifting his focus, Vanduk turned his attention to the other side. The clones, as he called them, were similarly uniform in appearance. Their armor was identical, white, and polished, like a sea of duplicates, each one indistinguishable from the next. Vanduk's tactical mind quickly assessed their ranks. These soldiers were clearly well-trained, disciplined, and effective. But it wasn't the clones that truly interested him, it was the ones leading them. Men in robes, their movements fluid and graceful, yet with an undeniable strength. They wielded weapons that Vanduk had never seen before, swords, but not made of steel or any material he recognized. The blades were pure energy, humming with power as they carved through the air. These men were clearly more than soldiers, they were something else entirely. Warriors of a different kind. Vanduk's mind raced. He was a warrior himself, a protector, but this situation was unlike anything he had ever faced. He needed to make a decision, and quickly. His call sign was useless, his ethereal vision blocked. He couldn't contact the other Vandukes, couldn't retreat to a familiar timeline. He was stuck here, and the battle around him was only growing more intense. He weighed his options carefully. On one side were the droids, efficient, relentless, but ultimately just machines. Vanduk had no idea who or what controlled them, and helping them felt like a gamble. If they were merely puppets for a larger, unseen force, allying with them could put him at a disadvantage, especially if they lacked true leadership or strategy. On the other side were the clones. Though they were just as uniform in appearance as the droids, there was something different about them. They were human, at least in some way. They had leaders, those strange men with the glowing swords, and they seemed to be fighting with purpose. Vanduk had always preferred fighting alongside those who could think, adapt, and strategize. These clones, though identical, were still living beings. There was something tangible about their presence, something that spoke to the human spirit in them, however faint. He watched the men in robes move with precision, deflecting laser fire effortlessly with their strange weapons, guiding their troops with quick gestures and decisive actions. They were warriors, leaders. They had a cause, whatever that cause may be. Vanduk clenched his magnum in his hand, feeling the cold steel press into his palm. He had faced overwhelming odds before, battled enemies far beyond his understanding. But one truth had always guided him: trust the instincts that brought you here. His instincts told him that the men leading the clones were more than just fighters. There was something about them that reminded him of the Vandukes' leaders, protectors of something greater. And if there was one thing Vanduk knew, it was that his path often crossed with those who sought to preserve, not destroy. His decision crystallized. He couldn't sit this one out, couldn't afford to remain a bystander in a war that was quickly becoming his own. If he was to survive this place, if he was to find his way back, he needed allies. And the clones, led by those mysterious warriors with their laser swords, seemed like the better option. Vandukes took one last glance at the droids, then at the clones. He tightened his grip on the Magnum, took a deep breath, and made his move. He had chosen his side. Vandukes leaped from behind the wreckage, his body moving with a speed and agility that defied the natural laws of most universes. His boots hit the ground, and in an instant, he was a blur, charging straight into the ranks of the droids. His .44 Magnum roared with each shot, the sound echoing through the chaos of the battlefield. Each bullet found its mark, tearing through metal and circuitry with ease. The gun reloaded itself seamlessly, as it always did, drawing from the power Vandukes had accumulated through countless timelines. It appears I still have some of my powers, he thought, a surge of relief washing over him. Whatever force had pulled him here hadn't stripped him of everything. He was still a Vandukes, still a protector, still a warrior. And he was going to make sure these droids knew it. The droids barely had time to react. Vandukes was a whirlwind of destruction, his movements fluid and precise, almost like a dance. He dodged laser blasts with ease, his enhanced reflexes allowing him to predict their paths before they were even fired. He leaped over the droids, twisting in mid-air, firing as he went. Sparks flew, and droids crumbled, their mechanical bodies crashing to the ground in heaps of twisted metal. In mere minutes, dozens of droids lay destroyed, and Vandukes hadn't taken a single hit. From a distance, the clones watched in awe. Two of them, their helmets reflecting the flickering lights of battle, turned to their leaders. "Generals, do you know who that is?" one of them asked, his voice crackling through the helmet's communicator. The three leaders Ahsoka Tano, Anakin Skywalker, and Obi-Wan Kenobi paused for a moment, their eyes fixed on the unknown warrior tearing through the droid army. His combat style was unlike anything they had ever seen, brutal, efficient, yet graceful. His weapon was strange, not a blaster, but something that fired projectiles with devastating force. And his movements, they were beyond human. "I have no idea," Ahsoka replied, her lightsaber humming in her hand as she deflected another volley of blaster fire. Her eyes narrowed, trying to make sense of the figure that seemed to have come from nowhere. Anakin's expression was one of both admiration and suspicion. "Whoever he is, he's on our side for now," he said, his grip tightening on his lightsaber. "Let's not waste the advantage." Obi-Wan stroked his beard, a thoughtful look on his face. "Indeed. We can worry about introductions later. Right now, we have a battle to win." Vandukes was aware of the eyes on him, but he didn't let it distract him. His focus was on the fight, on making sure he was doing everything he could to tip the scales. He spun and fired, his magnum unleashing rounds that punched through droid after droid, sending them sprawling. He felt the adrenaline coursing through him, his senses sharp, every detail of the battle clear in his mind. Finally, he paused, standing amidst the wreckage of the droids he had destroyed, his chest heaving. He glanced over at the clones and their leaders, giving them a brief nod. His eyes met those of the three robed figures, the leaders. They were skilled, powerful, and clearly respected by their troops. He took a moment to assess the battlefield. The droids were beginning to regroup, but the tide had shifted. Vandukes' sudden assault had given the clones an opening, a chance to push forward. The droids' unison had faltered, their formations breaking. Whatever advantage they had in numbers was being countered by the sheer ferocity and skill of the combined forces now against them. But Vandukes knew this was far from over. There were still so many questions. Where was he? How had he gotten here? And how could he get back? He was a stranger in this universe, a lone warrior from a distant place. But for now, he was a part of this fight, and he would see it through. Vandukes grinned as the droids closed in around him, their mechanical bodies clanking as they advanced, weapons raised. This was exactly what he wanted. His .44 Magnum fired off several rounds, and as the droids crumbled in front of him, he leaped forward, using his enhanced strength to tear through the enemy lines. Each punch sent droid heads flying from their bodies, sparking and sputtering as they hit the ground. He grabbed one droid by the torso and swung it like a club, smashing through its companions. Blaster bolts zinged past him, but he moved like a blur, dodging effortlessly, all while using fallen droids as shields when needed. As he tore through the machines, he noticed the robed figures, those mysterious warriors with their glowing swords now fighting alongside him. They moved with grace, their lightsabers cutting through the droids with swift, elegant strikes. Vandukes found himself in the middle of the action, battling side by side with them, and despite the chaos of the battlefield, there was an unspoken synchronization between them. Each move flowed into the next, each strike complementing the other. Not bad, one of them, the younger man with shaggy hair and a scar over his eye, called out between swings of his lightsaber. "I'm Anakin Skywalker. Who are you?" Vandukes ducked a blaster shot and fired back, destroying another droid. "Name's Vandukes," he replied, his voice gruff but steady. "From Earth. Planet in the Sol System, Milky Way Galaxy." Ahsoka Tano, the young woman with orange skin and leku, flipped over a droid and sliced through it with her twin lightsabers. "Never heard of it," she said with a raised brow as she fought, her movements quick and precise. "What's your year?" 2024, Vandukes answered, elbowing a droid and then blasting another point blank. "I come from a place called Lancaster City, in America. And wherever I am now, I sure as hell didn't come here on purpose." Obi-Wan Kenobi, calm and collected despite the carnage around him, glanced at Vandukes while deflecting blaster bolts with his lightsaber. "You're on Felucia," he said, his voice measured. "We're in the midst of a galactic civil war, fighting the Separatists. This planet is one of the many battlefronts." Vanduk processed the information as he grabbed a droid by its arm, yanking it from its socket and using it to strike down another. "Felucia? Huh. Well, I've never heard of it. I don't know how I got here, but I sure as hell didn't plan to land in the middle of a war zone in some galaxy I've never even heard of." Anakin sliced through a droid and gave Vanduk a nod of approval. "You're handling yourself pretty well for someone so out of place. Any chance your planet's part of this galaxy?" "No," Vanduk said with certainty. "My planet's timeline is different. We've never had anything like this. No starships, no droids, and definitely no laser swords." Ahsoka flashed a grin as she parried a droid's attack. "You mean lightsabers?" "Yeah, those." The four of them continued to fight, droids falling in heaps around them. Vanduk found himself oddly at ease fighting alongside these Jedi, even though everything about this situation was alien to him. They were clearly experienced warriors, and their precision and coordination reminded him of his own training as a Vanduk, protectors of the timelines, warriors bound to an eternal cause. As they cut down the last of the droids in their immediate vicinity, a moment of relative calm settled over the battlefield. Blaster fire still echoed in the distance, but for now, the area around them was cleared. Vanduk wiped sweat from his brow, glancing at the three Jedi. "So," he said, catching his breath, "what exactly are we fighting here?" Anakin exchanged a glance with Obi-Wan. "The Separatists. They're a faction trying to break away from the Galactic Republic. They use droid armies to do their dirty work. We're part of the Republic, fighting to stop them." "And you're Jedi?" Vanduk asked, gesturing to their lightsabers. "I've heard that word before." "That's right," Obi-Wan said, his tone formal. "The Jedi Order. We're keepers of the peace, protectors of the galaxy." Vanduk huffed. "Well, I'm used to protecting my own timeline, but this is something else." He glanced around at the strange, vibrant flora of Felucia, its bizarre alien landscape unlike anything he'd ever seen on Earth. "Any idea how I got here?" Ahsoka shook her head. "Not a clue. It's not every day we see someone from another galaxy just drop into our battle." Anakin nodded in agreement. "Whatever brought you here, it's strong. We've never encountered anything like it. But as long as you're here, we could use someone with your skills." Vanduk looked out across the battlefield, watching the remaining droids regroup in the distance. He clenched his magnum, feeling the weight of the situation settle on him. He had no way of getting back, no call sign, no ethereal vision to guide him. For now, he was stuck. But he was a fighter, a protector, and if this was where he had to be, then so be it. "All right," Vanduk said, locking eyes with Anakin, Ahsoka, and Obi-Wan. "I'll fight with you. But once this is over, we're gonna figure out how the hell I got here and how I get back." The three Jedi nodded in agreement. Together, they turned to face the next wave of droids approaching from the horizon, ready to continue the fight. As the four of them fought their way through the remaining droids, Obi-Wan glanced over at Vandukes, curiosity flashing in his eyes. "You mentioned something earlier about timelines. What exactly did you mean by that? And do you think the Force is involved in how you got here?" Vandukes paused for a moment, taking in the question. "The Force?" he asked, unfamiliar with the term. Ahsoka, deflecting another shot with her lightsaber, gave a quick explanation. "The Force is what connects everything in the galaxy. It's an energy field created by all living things. It binds the galaxy together, gives Jedi our power, and helps us sense things sometimes even beyond time and space." Vandukes shook his head. "I don't know if what I do is connected to this Force. It might be something similar, but we Vandukes don't use anything quite like that. What I do know is that every version of Earth in the multiverse has two constants, Lancaster City and a Vanduke." "Every version of Earth?" Anakin asked, looking intrigued. "So there are more than one?" "More than you can count," Vandukes replied. "Each timeline has its own Earth, its own version of events. Some are nearly identical, others are so different that they're unrecognizable. And in every one of them, there's a Vanduke. It's our job to protect Lancaster City, no matter what version of Earth it's on. But it goes beyond that. Together, we Vandukes work to keep the entire multiverse safe." The Jedi exchanged glances. Obi-Wan's brow furrowed in thought. "Interesting. And you mentioned that you can move between these timelines?" Vandukes nodded. "Normally, yeah. We can jump between timelines, view them through our ethereal vision, and communicate with each other using something called the call sign network. It's how we coordinate across different versions of Earth. That's part of our power, along with enhanced strength, speed, and our weapons." He raised the magnum, its metal gleaming. "Our guns aren't just firearms. They're imbued with the energy of the multiverse itself, allowing us to take down enemies that exist across dimensions. We also have something called night sight, which lets us see in the darkest of places, as clearly as if it were daylight." Ahsoka tilted her head, still processing what Vandukes was saying. "Sounds like you Vandukes have a lot of power. What kind of enemies do you face, then?" Vandukes' expression darkened as he recalled the countless battles he and the other Vandukes had fought. "We face things that would break most people's minds. We battled Windogos, vicious, monstrous creatures that thrive on human flesh. Skinwalkers, who can steal the faces of the dead. Zombies, of course, but not like in the stories people tell. These are dead things animated by forces from beyond the multiverse. Necromorphs too, Vanduk continued, his voice becoming grim. They're worse than the undead. They corrupt and distort life itself, turning it into something wrong. Then there's the water demon, a creature that lurks in any body of water, capable of pulling you into another timeline through its depths. Anakin's eyes narrowed in concentration as Vanduk continued listing his enemies. We've fought the imposter, a being that can mimic anyone you know, perfectly. You never see it coming until it's too late. The false storyteller is another one. It manipulates reality, turning stories and legends into nightmares that come to life. Vanduk paused for a moment, taking a breath. And then there are the bigger threats. The dream demon, a creature that controls your mind when you sleep, dragging you into twisted dreams that can kill you. The man behind the slaughter, an entity that hides in the shadows, manipulating people into committing unspeakable acts. And finally, the man of Crystal Lake, a figure whose existence spills into every version of Earth, a killer that returns again and again, no matter how many times we stop him. The Jedi were silent for a moment, each absorbing the enormity of what Vanduk had just described. They were warriors too, but this was something else. So you fight these creatures across all timelines? Ahsoka asked, a note of awe in her voice. Yes, Vanduk replied, his voice steady. It's what we're trained to do. The multiverse is fragile, and there are forces out there that want to tear it apart, to devour everything. The Vandukes stand between those forces and the destruction of everything we know. Obi-Wan looked contemplative, his gaze shifting from Vanduk to the battlefield. That's a heavy burden to carry, even for someone as powerful as you. But it seems we have more in common than I thought. We Jedi also seek to protect, to maintain balance in the galaxy. Perhaps the Force and the power you Vandukes wield aren't so different after all. Vanduk considered the possibility. Maybe this Force was connected to his abilities in some way, or maybe it was just another aspect of a universe that existed outside his understanding. But whatever the case, he was here now, and the Jedi were allies in this fight. That was all that mattered. Anakin stepped forward, offering a half smile. Well, Vanduk, it looks like you've got a new battle to fight this time in our universe. And we could use someone like you. Vanduk nodded. I'll fight with you. Until we figure out how I got here and how to get me back, I'm with you. The Jedi exchanged another glance, a silent understanding passing between them. They didn't know how Vanduk had arrived in their universe, but they could feel the weight of his words. He was more than just a soldier, he was a guardian of something far greater. And for now, that made them allies in the fight against the Separatists. With a new sense of purpose, Vanduk gripped his magnum tightly and readied himself for whatever came next. The battle for Felucia was far from over, and the multiverse, it seemed, had plenty more surprises in store. As the final droids retreated from the battlefield, Vanduk watched alongside the Jedi as the clones secured the area. It was a hard-fought victory, but the tide had turned decisively in their favor. Anakin and Ahsoka were already coordinating the fortification efforts with their troops, preparing for the next potential strike. Vandukes approached them, wiping some dust from his face. "What now?" he asked, his tone even but still curious. He wasn't used to following orders from anyone, let alone people from an entirely different universe. Anakin wiped the sweat from his brow. "Ahsoka and I will stay here with the men. We need to reinforce the area, secure our position before anything else can happen. There's still a lot of work to do." Ahsoka nodded in agreement. Fortifications, patrols, the usual. Obi-Wan, still catching his breath from the fight, approached Vandukes with a more thoughtful look. "As for you, Vandukes, I think it's time we visit the Jedi Council. They'll want to hear about your arrival, and perhaps they can help us understand how you ended up here." He motioned toward a nearby Venator-class Star Destroyer docked in the distance. "Come with me. We'll take my ship." Vandukes gave a small nod. He still wasn't sure what to make of all of this, but if there was any chance of getting answers, the Jedi Council seemed like the place to start. Together, he and Obi-Wan made their way to the Venator. Once aboard, Vandukes immediately noticed the efficiency with which the clone soldiers moved, and he couldn't help but be impressed. They looked identical, every single one of them, but as he walked alongside Obi-Wan through the ship's corridors, he started to notice subtle differences. Each clone carried themselves in a slightly different manner. Some walked with a spring in their step, others moved with a heavier weight, and the way they interacted with each other hinted at a variety of distinct personalities. It was nothing short of fascinating. Eventually, they arrived at the bridge, where Vandukes met Commander Cody, the officer in charge of Obi-Wan's clone detachment. Vandukes shook his head in disbelief, studying Cody's features. "So you really are clones. You're all the same, but different." Cody smirked, glancing at Obi-Wan. "That's right, sir. We may share the same face, but each of us has a mind of our own. We're soldiers, but we're also individuals. You'll see that if you spend enough time with us." Vandukes crossed his arms, still trying to wrap his head around the idea. "Never seen anything like it," he muttered. "In my world, cloning's just a concept, nothing more." Obi-Wan chuckled lightly. "It's one of the many things that make our galaxy unique. The clones have been invaluable in this war, and I think you'll find that they're more than capable in the battles ahead." As they prepared to launch into hyperspace, Vandukes found himself standing on the bridge with Obi-Wan and Cody, the stars stretching into brilliant lines as the Venator leaped forward into the void. Vandukes marveled at the sensation. He had traveled between timelines before, but space travel in this universe was something else entirely. It wasn't just moving between places, it was leaping across vast, unimaginable distances. As they settled into the journey, Vandukes turned to Obi-Wan, curiosity flickering in his gaze. So, tell me more about these Jedi. I've seen what you and the others can do with those lightsabers, but what exactly are you? What makes you different from everyone else in this galaxy? Obi-Wan smiled, his tone thoughtful as he began to explain. The Jedi are guardians of peace and justice in the galaxy. We've been around for thousands of years, guided by the Force, which is the energy field Ahsoka mentioned earlier. It binds all living things together, and through it, we gain our abilities, our enhanced reflexes, senses, and, in some cases, the ability to manipulate the world around us. It's not magic, though it may appear that way to outsiders. Vandukes raised an eyebrow. So, it's the Force that gives you those powers? Like moving objects, jumping in the air, sensing danger before it happens. Precisely, Obi-Wan replied. The Force has a light side and a dark side, and it is our duty as Jedi to remain aligned with the light. We train from a young age, learning discipline, control, and the art of combat. But it's not all about fighting. The Jedi are also scholars, diplomats, and healers. We serve the Republic, helping to maintain order and balance throughout the galaxy. Vandukes nodded slowly, taking it all in. Sounds a bit like what I do, but on a galactic scale. You keep the peace, fight the dark forces when necessary. We Vandukes do something similar, but we focus on protecting the timelines. Obi-Wan leaned in slightly, intrigued. And how do you remain connected to these timelines? The Force connects all life, but your powers seem to work differently. Vandukes tapped the call sign strapped to his wrist. We use this, and our ethereal vision, to stay in touch with other Vandukes across different versions of Earth. It's how we coordinate our efforts. We protect Lancaster City, but in doing so, we're really safeguarding the entire multiverse. The timelines are fragile, and there are dark forces out there, like the ones I mentioned before, that seek to exploit them for their own gain. Fascinating, Obi-Wan murmured, his expression thoughtful. And yet, despite our differences, I sense there is something similar in the way we operate. The Jedi are also spread across the galaxy, connected by the Force, working to protect life and maintain balance. Perhaps the multiverse and the Force are two sides of the same coin, different, but interconnected in some way. Maybe, Vandukes said, glancing out at the stars streaking by as they flew through hyperspace. But until we figure it out, I guess I'm just along for the ride. Obi-Wan smiled at that. Well, the Jedi Council is wise. If anyone can help us understand how you came to be here, it's them. The two of them stood in silence for a moment, the hum of the Venator's engines filling the air as they traveled through the vast unknown. Vandukes could only wonder what answers, if any, awaited him when they reached their destination. As the Venator entered Coruscant's space, the massive planet loomed before them, its surface shimmering with the lights of millions of buildings and vehicles. Vandukes stood on the bridge alongside Obi-Wan and Commander Cody, watching as they prepared for the next phase of their journey. The Star Destroyer slowed its engines, settling into orbit high above the city planet as smaller shuttles were prepped for the descent to the surface. Obi-Wan led Vanjik toward one of these shuttles, the hum of activity around them signaling the readiness of the crew. Vanjik looked out at the planet below as they boarded the smaller vessel. His mind raced. Coruscant was unlike anything he had ever seen, an endless city that covered the entire planet. The scale of it was staggering, and it made him realize just how far from home he really was. As the shuttle began its slow descent toward the surface, Vanjik couldn't help but wonder what awaited him at this Jedi temple. He needed answers. But elsewhere, far away from the landing bay, in the darkened halls of the Chancellor's office, something stirred. Chancellor Palpatine sat alone in his private chamber, his expression calm, but his mind alert. Through the Force, he had felt a disturbance, something new, something dangerous. His senses extended outward, probing the ripples in the Force. That was when he felt it. Vanjik. Palpatine's yellowed eyes narrowed, and he leaned forward in his chair, his fingers steepling. This presence was unlike any Jedi he had encountered. It wasn't bound by the same rules, the same limitations. This Vanjik, he was from outside their galaxy, outside their timeline. Intrigued, Palpatine reached out with the dark side of the Force, letting his awareness slip across the vast distance to probe the stranger's mind. As Palpatine reached into Vanjik's consciousness, he sifted through memories, moments of battle, of fierce dedication. He saw flashes of Vanjik's life, the countless battles across the multiverse, each one more brutal than the last. Palpatine saw Vanjik as a warrior bound to protect Lancaster City in every iteration of Earth, a man who fought against creatures like Windogos, skinwalkers, zombies, and otherworldly threats. He saw Vanjik's abilities, the ethereal vision that allowed him to peer through timelines, the call sign network that linked him to other Vanjikis, and the weapons that channeled multiversal power. Palpatine saw the history of the Vanjikis, their constant fight to maintain balance, their role as guardians of the multiverse, defending not just one reality but countless ones. They were powerful, resilient, and focused. And now one of them had arrived in his galaxy. But just as Palpatine delved deeper, studying the intricacies of Vanjik's mind, something unexpected happened. A voice, clear and defiant, echoed within the Chancellor's thoughts. "Did you like what you saw?" "I hope so. 'Cause I have no idea who or what you are, but just know I am not your kind. And I let you wander my mind as a warning. Do not fuck with me." Palpatine froze, his concentration wavering. The connection he had established with Vanjik's mind shattered like brittle glass. He pulled back, retreating from the consciousness that had been so disturbingly aware of his presence. His hands clenched the arms of his chair, his face twisting into a grimace as the dark side swirled around him. This Vanjik, he was no mere intruder. He had sensed Palpatine, allowed him to explore his mind, only to issue a warning that echoed with power and defiance. The realization sent a ripple of frustration through the Chancellor. This could complicate things. Vandukes wasn't just another piece on the galactic chessboard, he was an anomaly, something Palpatine hadn't foreseen. His presence, his abilities, and his connection to a larger multiverse posed a potential threat to the careful plans Palpatine had set in motion for his rise to power and the creation of the Galactic Empire. Palpatine sat back, the shadows of his office seeming to close in around him. Vandukes would need to be watched carefully. His power, while different from that of the Jedi, could interfere with the delicate balance Palpatine was manipulating. The dark side had given him foresight, but even that had its limits when dealing with someone from outside the galaxy. This will make things more difficult, Palpatine muttered to himself, his eyes narrowing as he considered his next move. Back on the shuttle, Vandukes felt a strange sensation, a cold prickle at the base of his neck, but he quickly shook it off as they continued their descent toward the Jedi Temple. Whatever had happened, whatever presence had tried to invade his mind, he had sent a clear message. He wasn't someone to be trifled with. Chancellor Palpatine sat in the dim light of his private office, his mind racing as he considered his options. He could feel the tension rising, the threads of his carefully woven plan tightening around him. The presence of this newcomer, Vandukes, posed a serious threat. The Jedi had always been an obstacle, but now, with Vandukes by their side, the balance of power had shifted in ways Palpatine hadn't anticipated. The thought crossed his mind, should he activate the executive orders? The contingency plans to eliminate the Senate and the Jedi in one swift stroke. Palpatine's hand hovered over the console as he pondered the thought of using both sides of the war to eliminate Vandukes and the Jedi. He had backdoors into the droid army, mechanisms he could activate to turn the tide instantly. With the right moves, he could spark a massacre that would allow him to seize control overnight. Vandukes wouldn't even see it coming perhaps. But then he hesitated, his fingers curling back from the console. Would it work? Palpatine's eyes narrowed. Vandukes wasn't like the others. His mind had been an impenetrable fortress, his strength unnerving. No, the Jedi and Vandukes together were too formidable. It wouldn't be enough to use brute force or manipulation. This would require patience, a longer game. For now, Palpatine had no choice but to sit and wait, observing from the shadows until he found the right opportunity to strike. Meanwhile, Vandukes found himself wandering the ancient halls of the Jedi Temple, walking side by side with Obi-Wan. The vast structure was unlike anything he had seen before, grand, serene, yet full of a quiet, contemplative power. Obi-Wan pointed out various landmarks as they moved through the corridors, explaining the role of the Jedi Council, the training of Padawans, and the significance of the temple itself. But as they approached one of the training rooms, Vandukes' attention was drawn to a scene unfolding before him. a towering figure loomed over a much smaller Jedi, what Obi-Wan had referred to as a Padawan. The larger man, his dark robes hanging heavily around him, was berating the young student, his tone harsh, his words biting. "That's Jedi Master Pong Krell," Obi-Wan said under his breath, his tone uneasy. "He's known for being difficult." "Difficult?" Vandukes muttered, watching Krell's actions closely. "Looks more like he's bullying the kid." The Padawan winced as Krell's voice grew louder, the scolding more intense. Vandukes felt a surge of irritation rise in his chest. He had no patience for bullies, especially not when they hid behind titles and positions of power. Without thinking, Vandukes stepped forward, his voice cutting through the air. "Hey!" he shouted. "Why don't you go fuck yourself, Krell?" Obi-Wan's eyes widened in shock, but before he could say anything, Krell's head snapped toward Vandukes. His four eyes glared with fury, and his broad shoulders squared up as he turned to face this outsider who dared challenge him. "Who do you think you are?" Krell growled, his deep voice rumbling through the chamber. Vandukes stepped closer, his stance relaxed but ready. "Someone who doesn't take kindly to assholes pushing kids around. You think because you're a Jedi, you get to do whatever you want? Guess again." Krell's face twisted with anger. "You'll regret those words," he snarled, and in a flash, he threw a punch aimed directly at Vandukes' face. But Vandukes was faster. He dodged effortlessly, sidestepping the blow as if it were in slow motion. "Really?" Vandukes said, unimpressed. "That's the best you've got?" Krell's frustration boiled over, and without hesitation, he ignited one of his lightsabers. The blue blade hummed to life, casting a sharp glow across the room. "You'll learn your place, outsider," Krell spat as he swung the blade toward Vandukes. But what happened next stunned everyone, including Krell. Vandukes didn't flinch. He reached out with his hand, catching the lightsaber by its blade. The blue energy sizzled against his skin, but Vandukes held the weapon firm, his strength and power far beyond anything Krell could have expected. For a moment, there was nothing but silence. Then, with a calm, steady voice, Vandukes leaned in and said, "You're out of your league." With a single motion, Vandukes snapped the lightsaber in half at the hilt, the glowing blade flickering and dying as the pieces fell to the ground. Krell stood frozen, his expression one of disbelief and humiliation. Vandukes stepped back, his eyes cold as he stared down the Jedi Master. "You've got a lot of nerve trying to pull that shit with me. Next time, think twice." Obi-Wan, still recovering from the shock of what had just happened, quickly stepped forward. "Master Krell," he said cautiously, trying to defuse the situation. "Perhaps it's best if we part ways for now." Krell, his face red with anger and embarrassment, said nothing. He turned sharply on his heel and stormed out of the room, leaving the broken remains of his lightsaber behind. Obi-Wan sighed, glancing at Vanduk. That could have gone better. Vanduk shrugged. Could have gone worse. The young Padawan, who had been watching the exchange with wide eyes, gave Vanduk a grateful nod before hurrying off. Obi-Wan, clearly still processing everything, gestured for Vanduk to follow. Let's keep moving. The council will want to hear about this, and I have a feeling they'll be very interested in meeting you now. As Vanduk and Obi-Wan made their way through the corridors of the Jedi Temple, the tension from the confrontation with Pong Krell slowly faded. Obi-Wan remained silent for most of the walk, occasionally glancing at Vanduk, as if trying to process what had just occurred. Vanduk, on the other hand, felt unbothered by the situation. He had dealt with egos bigger than Krell's before, and bullies were the same no matter what universe he found himself in. Finally, they arrived at the doors to the Jedi Council chamber. The towering doors slid open with a soft hiss, revealing the circular room where the council convened. Vanduk immediately felt the shift in atmosphere, a solemn energy radiating from the figures seated around the room. The Jedi Masters, each distinct in their appearance and presence, turned their attention to the newcomers. At the center of the room sat Yoda, the Grand Master of the Jedi Order, his small frame belying the immense power and wisdom he carried. On either side of him sat other members of the council: Mace Windu, with his piercing gaze and calm authority; Ki-Adi Mundi, his long head and solemn demeanor instantly striking; and others like Plo Koon, Kit Fisto, and Chak Ti, all seated in a perfect arc around the room. Each Jedi Master represented a lifetime of dedication to the Force and the preservation of peace. Obi-Wan bowed respectfully before stepping forward. Masters, I bring with me Johnny Vanduk, an outsider who appeared during our battle on Felucia. His arrival is unique, and his abilities suggest he is not from our galaxy. Vanduk stood tall, meeting the gaze of the council members, unafraid but respectful. He wasn't sure what to expect from these Jedi, but he had faced councils of powerful beings before, and he knew not to underestimate the wisdom in the room. Mace Windu was the first to speak. We have felt your presence, Vanduk. The Force does not flow through you as it does through the Jedi, but there is power in you, something ancient and unfamiliar. Tell us, who are you, and how did you come to be here? Vanduk nodded, stepping forward. My name is Johnny Vanduk. I come from a place called Earth, but not from this galaxy. I'm part of a group that protects the multiverse, a collection of infinite timelines and realities. Every version of Earth has a Lancaster city, and every Lancaster city has a Vanduk. Our job is to guard those cities and keep the timelines stable. Yoda's ears twitched, and he leaned forward slightly, his cane tapping the floor as he regarded Vanduk carefully. Multiverse, you say? A concept vast and ancient, it is. Familiar with such things, we are not. Mace Windu exchanged a glance with the other Jedi before turning his attention back to Vanduk. And how did you arrive in our galaxy? What purpose brought you here? That's the thing, Vanjik replied, his voice steady. I don't know. One moment, I'm in the middle of a battle in my timeline, and the next, I'm yanked here to Felucia, in the middle of your war. My powers, my ethereal vision, aren't working here, so I can't leave. I'm stuck, at least for now. Ki-Adi rubbed his chin thoughtfully. The multiverse you speak of, it is not something the Jedi have ever encountered. Your arrival, if it was unintentional, may be tied to forces beyond our understanding. But we must determine if you pose a threat to this galaxy. Vanjik smirked slightly. I'm not here to cause trouble. I fight to protect timelines, not to disrupt them. I've fought things far worse than what I've seen here, creatures like Windogos, skinwalkers, necromorphs. My job is to stop the dark forces that try to destroy everything. If I'm stuck here, then I'll fight to protect this galaxy too, but I need to understand how I got here and how to get back. Shakti, her calm voice cutting through the tension, asked, and what of your powers, Vanjik? You demonstrated strength and ability far beyond that of an ordinary being when you confronted Master Krell. How do your abilities work? Vanjik glanced at Obi-Wan before answering. We Vanjikis are enhanced. We've been given strength, speed, and endurance far beyond normal limits. We can tap into something called ethereal vision, which lets us see and navigate between timelines, and our weapons, like my magnum, are imbued with the power of the multiverse. We can see in the darkest places as if it's day, and we're trained to fight some of the worst things that crawl through the multiverse. The room was silent for a moment, the Jedi Masters absorbing the enormity of what Vanjik was saying. They had dealt with many threats, but the multiverse and the beings that threatened it was something beyond their comprehension. Finally, Yoda spoke again, his voice soft but filled with wisdom. Unique, your situation is. Much to learn, we still have. But help you, the Jedi will. A danger you may not be, but a mystery, you remain. Mace Windu nodded in agreement. For now, you are welcome to stay within the temple as we attempt to uncover the nature of your arrival. We will meditate on this, and perhaps through the Force, we can gain insight. Vanjik nodded. I appreciate the help. Believe me, I want answers as much as you do. Obi-Wan, sensing the tension lift slightly, stepped forward. Thank you, Masters. Vanjik has proven himself in battle, and I believe he can be trusted. Yoda's gaze softened. Trust, earned it must be. But for now, we offer our assistance. As the meeting concluded, Vanjik followed Obi-Wan out of the chamber. He had met the Jedi Council, and while he respected their power and wisdom, he still felt the gnawing uncertainty of his situation. Answers wouldn't come easily, but for now, he had allies and he knew he would need them if he was going to find a way back to his timeline. As they exited the council chambers, Vandukes walked alongside Obi-Wan, the weight of the recent conversation still heavy in the air. He had given the Jedi Council a glimpse into his world, his powers, and the vast responsibilities he carried, but the mystery of his arrival here remained unresolved. The Jedi had offered their assistance, but Vandukes knew that finding answers would require more than just meditation. Obi-Wan's expression was contemplative as they made their way through the temple's grand halls. Then, after a moment of silence, Obi-Wan turned to Vandukes with a more serious look in his eyes. "There's someone else you should meet." Vandukes raised an eyebrow. "Another Jedi?" "No," Obi-Wan replied. "The Supreme Chancellor of the Galactic Republic, Chancellor Palpatine. He's been instrumental in guiding the Republic through this war, and he wields considerable influence. If anyone can help us navigate the complexities of your situation, it's him. He's, well, let's just say he's well connected." Vandukes nodded, intrigued by the suggestion. He hadn't been in this galaxy long, but it was becoming clear that power and influence were concentrated in a few key individuals. If Palpatine had as much sway as Obi-Wan suggested, then meeting him could provide valuable insights or at the very least, help Vandukes understand the political landscape of this galaxy. As they made their way to a shuttle that would take them to the Senate District, Vandukes couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. The Jedi had been transparent, if somewhat cautious, but the idea of meeting a political leader, a chancellor who held so much power, gave him pause. He had dealt with powerful figures before, and he knew all too well that politics often concealed more than it revealed. After a short journey across the glittering skyline of Coruscant, they arrived at the towering spires of the Senate building. The architecture was imposing, its sheer scale a testament to the Republic's vastness. Vandukes followed Obi-Wan into the Chancellor's office wing, passing through corridors filled with senators, aides, and Republic officials. The atmosphere here was different from the Jedi Temple, busier, more formal, with an air of authority that felt less spiritual and more calculated. As they approached the entrance to the Chancellor's private office, Obi-Wan turned to Vandukes with a reassuring smile. "The Chancellor is a good man. He's done much to keep the Republic together during this war. Just be honest with him, as you were with the Council." The large doors to the office slid open, and Vandukes stepped inside, immediately taking in the room's opulent decor. The office was grand, lined with columns and dark wood, with a wide view of Coruscant's cityscape beyond the large windows. In the center of the room, standing behind his desk, was Chancellor Palpatine. The man who stood before them seemed outwardly calm, his face lined with age but possessing a certain warmth and politeness. He smiled as Obi-Wan and Vandukes entered, his presence filling the room not through sheer force, but through a subtle, almost gentle charisma. "Ah, Master Kenobi," Palpatine said, his voice smooth and pleasant. "It's always a pleasure to see you. And you must be the visitor from another world, the one I've heard so much about." He extended a hand toward Vandukes, his expression welcoming. Johnny Vandyke, is it? Vandyke shook the Chancellor's hand, but as he did, he couldn't help but feel the undercurrent of something darker, something hidden just beneath the surface of Palpatin's genial demeanor. "That's right," Vandyke said, his eyes narrowing slightly as he studied Palpatin. "I hear you're the man to talk to if I want to get a handle on things around here." Palpatin chuckled softly. "I do what I can to serve the Republic and maintain order in these troubled times. Master Kenobi has spoken highly of you, and I must admit, I'm quite intrigued by your story." Obi-Wan nodded. "Vandyke's arrival in our galaxy is unprecedented, Chancellor. We're still trying to understand how and why he was brought here." Palpatin's gaze shifted back to Vandyke, his eyes briefly flickering with something deeper, something that only Vandyke, with his heightened awareness, could sense. "Yes, such a mysterious occurrence," Palpatin said smoothly. "And one that may require more than just the Jedi's involvement to unravel. The Senate, too, may need to be made aware of this anomaly." Vandyke felt a chill crawl up his spine as Palpatin spoke. There was something about this man, something that didn't sit right. He had encountered powerful beings before, beings who masked their true intentions behind pleasant smiles and kind words. But he didn't let it show. Instead, he maintained his calm, giving only a small nod in response. "Your galaxy is definitely different from what I'm used to," Vandyke said, keeping his tone neutral. "I don't know how I got here, but I do know I'll need all the help I can get to figure it out." Palpatin smiled, his expression remaining as warm as ever. "Of course. I'm sure, together, we can find a solution. The Republic is vast, and our resources are considerable. You are in good hands, Vandyke." Obi-Wan glanced between the two men, sensing the subtle tension but remaining diplomatic. "The Jedi Council is already looking into the matter. Vandyke has offered to assist us as long as he remains in our galaxy, and I believe his abilities could be invaluable to our efforts." Palpatin's eyes twinkled, and he gave a slight nod of approval. "Then it seems we are fortunate to have such an ally in our midst." But even as Palpatin spoke, Vandyke could feel the weight of the Chancellor's attention pressing down on him, like an unseen force probing for weaknesses. Vandyke's mind flashed back to the moment when he had felt that same presence during the descent to Coruscant, when someone, or something, had tried to invade his thoughts. "It was you, wasn't it?" Vandyke thought to himself, his mind now clear on what had happened. He didn't say it aloud, but the thought was a warning, the same warning he had issued before: "Do not fuck with me." Palpatin's smile never faltered, but there was a flicker just for a moment, as if he, too, had heard Vandyke's unspoken challenge. "Well then," Palpatin said, his voice smooth once more, "I look forward to seeing how things unfold, Master Vandyke. The galaxy is full of surprises, and I suspect your presence here will be one of the more interesting ones." Vandyke simply nodded, already knowing that this meeting was the beginning of a game one he had no intention of losing. As Vandukes walked side by side with Obi-Wan, leaving Chancellor Palpatine's opulent office behind, his mind was racing. The meeting had been civil enough on the surface, but beneath the Chancellor's warm smiles and calm demeanor, Vandukes had sensed something darker, something insidious. "So you're the one who wandered my mind," Vandukes thought, his eyes narrowing slightly as he replayed the subtle moments of their encounter. He had felt that same invasive presence back when they were descending toward the Jedi Temple, a probing force that had attempted to dig into his thoughts. It all made sense now. Palpatine had been the one responsible, using some unseen power to try to learn more about him. Vandukes' steps slowed slightly, but he kept his expression neutral. Palpatine had been careful, subtle even, but Vandukes wasn't someone to be easily manipulated. He had dealt with beings far more malevolent than the Chancellor, and while this man might hold considerable power in this galaxy, Vandukes had seen behind the mask. He knew what Palpatine had tried to do, and the warning he had sent through the telepathic encounter still stood firm. "You think you know me, but you don't. Not yet." As they walked through the Senate's grand halls, Vandukes turned his head just slightly, glancing at Obi-Wan. The Jedi seemed deep in thought, possibly unaware of the hidden battle that had taken place during the meeting. Vandukes didn't say anything just yet. He still wasn't entirely sure how deep Palpatine's influence ran in this galaxy, or how much the Jedi knew. But one thing was clear: the Chancellor wasn't someone to be trusted. For now, Vandukes would keep that knowledge close, waiting for the right moment to act. He had played these games before, navigating the shadows of power, and he knew when to strike and when to wait. This isn't over, Palpatine. Not by a long shot. As Vandukes and Obi-Wan made their way through the Senate halls and back toward the Jedi Temple, the weight of what had just happened with Chancellor Palpatine still lingered in Vandukes' mind. But there was another question nagging at him, one that had been brewing since he first encountered the battle on Felucia. He turned to Obi-Wan, curiosity flickering in his gaze. "Obi-Wan," Vandukes began, his tone casual but pointed, "I've seen these droids, but I haven't gotten the full story yet. Who exactly is running this separatist army? Who's calling the shots on the other side?" Obi-Wan glanced over at Vandukes, clearly understanding that the question was more than just a casual inquiry. The Separatists, or the Confederacy of Independent Systems, are led by various corporate leaders, planetary governors, and warlords. But there's more to it than that. Behind the scenes, there's a more dangerous force at play, one that's been manipulating both sides of the conflict. "Go on," Vandukes said, his attention fully focused now. Obi-Wan hesitated for a moment, clearly weighing how much to reveal. The ones truly leading the Separatists are the Sith. They've returned after a long absence, and their influence has grown stronger in recent years. You may not be familiar with them, but the Sith are an ancient order, wielders of the dark side of the Force, and they've been enemies of the Jedi for millennia. The Sith, Vandukes repeated, recalling the Jedi's brief mentions of the Force earlier. And these guys run the droid army. Not directly, Obi-Wan explained. But they pull the strings. The current figurehead of the Separatists is Count Dooku, a former Jedi who fell to the dark side and became a Sith Lord. He leads the Separatists in the open, but he's only one piece of the puzzle. Obi-Wan's expression darkened as he continued. The Sith have a long history, and their influence has ebbed and flowed over the ages. Some of the most infamous Sith Lords were nearly unstoppable in their time. Darth Revan, a Jedi who fell to the dark side and led a war that nearly tore the galaxy apart. Darth Nihilus, a being who could consume entire worlds through the Force. Darth Traya, who sought to unravel the Force itself. And many more warlords, tyrants, all driven by their thirst for power. Vandukes listened closely, trying to piece together the larger picture. And now the Sith are back. Obi-Wan nodded. Yes, they returned during this war. Dooku, as I mentioned, is one of them. But there are others. Asajj Ventress, a dark side assassin, was once aligned with Dooku. Maul, another Sith apprentice, terrorized the galaxy until we believed he was defeated. Yet Maul still lives, and his thirst for revenge is dangerous. Vandukes raised an eyebrow. And who's the one behind all of this? Dooku can't be the one pulling all the strings. No, Obi-Wan agreed. There's another Sith, one who has remained hidden in the shadows, guiding both sides of the war. His name is Sidious, but beyond that, we know very little. His true identity and his ultimate plan remain a mystery, even to us. But we suspect that he's been manipulating the entire war from the beginning. Vandukes exhaled, his thoughts racing. So, let me get this straight. You've got an army of droids, led by a fallen Jedi, backed by this shadowy Sith Lord. And they're fighting a republic that's being defended by Jedi and clones. That's the long and short of it, Obi-Wan replied. The Sith use deception and manipulation to achieve their goals, and they've been working in the shadows for years to weaken the Republic. This war is just one part of their larger plan. Vandukes crossed his arms, mulling over everything he'd learned. And you Jedi have been fighting them for, how long? Millennia, Obi-Wan said, his voice heavy with the weight of history. The Jedi and Sith have been locked in conflict for as long as anyone can remember. The Sith seek power through the dark side of the Force, using fear, anger, and hatred to fuel their strength. The Jedi, on the other hand, serve the light side, striving for peace, balance, and harmony. And now, Obi-Wan continued, we find ourselves in the middle of a war that was engineered by the Sith, one that's tearing the galaxy apart. Vanduk let out a low whistle. Sounds like you've got your hands full. And this Sidious character, no one's figured out who he really is. Obi-Wan shook his head. Not yet. He's incredibly powerful, and he's managed to conceal his true identity from everyone. But we're getting closer. The Jedi Council is constantly on the lookout for signs of his presence, and we know that when the time comes, we'll have to confront him. Vanduk's gaze darkened as he processed all of this. The Sith, the war, the manipulation, it all pointed to a galaxy in peril, one that had been fractured by powers that thrived on conflict and darkness. And now, somehow, he was caught in the middle of it. I've fought some pretty nasty things in my time, Vanduk said quietly. But this Sidious, he sounds like a special kind of problem. He is, Obi-Wan replied. And we will face him, eventually. But for now, we have to focus on the war at hand. Vanduk nodded, feeling the weight of the conversation settle over him. This galaxy was embroiled in a conflict that spanned far beyond droids and clone troopers. It was a war of ideals, a battle between light and dark, and somewhere in the midst of it all, the fate of an entire galaxy was being decided. And now, it seemed, Vanduk had been drawn into that battle as well. As Vanduk walked in silence alongside Obi-Wan, his mind was racing, piecing together the puzzle of everything he had learned. The Sith, the war, the manipulation, it all pointed to something far more sinister than even the Jedi seemed to realize. And then there was Palpatine. Vanduk's instincts, honed through countless battles across the multiverse, screamed that something was wrong. I know Palpatine is Sidious, Vanduk thought to himself, his eyes narrowing as he reflected on the Chancellor's unsettling presence. The way Palpatine had probed his mind, the subtle darkness that lingered beneath his calm demeanor, it all pointed to one conclusion. But knowing wasn't enough. If he was going to act on this, if he was going to help the Jedi bring down the Sith, he needed more than suspicion. He needed proof. Dooku. I must find Dooku. The thought crystallized in Vanduk's mind. If he could track down the Separatist leader, he might be able to confirm what he already suspected. Dooku had been a Jedi once, before falling to the dark side. He would know the truth about Sidious. And more importantly, Dooku could be the key to uncovering the larger conspiracy that was tearing the galaxy apart. But Vanduk knew he had to play this carefully. The Jedi didn't yet suspect Palpatine, at least, not to the extent he did, and any wrong move could tip the balance. Palpatine was already watching him, and Vanduk couldn't afford to reveal his hand too soon. He needed to find Dooku quietly, without drawing too much attention. As they reached the entrance to the temple, Obi-Wan turned to Vanduk, sensing his quiet contemplation. Is something troubling you? Vanduk forced a half smile, hiding the intensity of his thoughts. Just processing everything. This galaxy of yours has a lot more going on than I expected. Obi-Wan gave a small nod of understanding. It's a lot to take in, especially for someone from outside. But you've proven yourself capable, Vanduke. If there's anything more you need to know or any way I can help, just ask. Vanduke appreciated the offer, but he knew this was a path he'd have to walk alone for now. "Thanks, Obi-Wan," he said, his tone measured. "I'll keep that in mind." As they parted ways, Vanduke's mind sharpened on his next move. He needed to find Dooku, and he needed to do it fast. The fate of this galaxy and possibly many others depended on it. Palpatine thinks he's safe behind his mask, Vanduke thought, his resolve hardening. But I'll find the proof I need. And when I do, this whole game ends. As Vanduke wandered the halls of the Jedi Temple, he found himself lost in thought, trying to make sense of everything that had unfolded. The vastness of this galaxy, with its ancient history of the Sith and Jedi, was almost overwhelming. But then he felt a presence nearby, calm, steady, and filled with curiosity. Turning, he saw Jedi Master Plo Koon, his mask and goggles making him stand out among the other Jedi. Plo approached Vanduke with a welcoming aura, his deep voice carrying a warmth that cut through the stillness of the temple. "Johnny Vanduke," Plo began, his tone thoughtful. "I've heard much about you since your arrival. I've always been fascinated by the unknown reaches of space, and I understand you're from a place we've never encountered before, this planet Earth, in the Sol system, within the Milky Way galaxy. Could you tell me more about it?" Vanduke smiled slightly, appreciating the Jedi Master's interest. "Earth? Yeah, it's a pretty complicated place. Our history is long, and, well, a lot of it's filled with war and invention, though there's plenty of good too." Plo Koon nodded, clearly eager to learn more. Vanduke took a breath and began to explain. "Earth is a small planet, but over the centuries, we've built ourselves up in ways that might seem pretty primitive to you Jedi, but they were huge for us. Some of the key inventions that changed the way we fought and lived started with things like the tank, a massive armored vehicle used in war. Then came warplanes, machines that allowed us to dominate the skies in battles. We developed battleships to control the seas and submarines to fight beneath the waves. But perhaps the most devastating invention in our history was the atomic bomb, an incredibly destructive weapon that changed the face of warfare forever." Vanduke paused for a moment, noticing Plo Koon's calm but intense focus. "But it wasn't all about war. We've done a lot in terms of technology, everything from building computers and satellites to connecting the world through the internet. Earth has been evolving fast, especially in the last few centuries." "And what of your people?" Plo asked. "Are they peaceful now, or do they still struggle with conflict?" Vanduke sighed. "It's a mix, honestly. Humans are, well, complicated. We've always struggled with our darker instincts, but there's a lot of good in us too. In recent years, let's say from around 2000 to 2024, Earth's become more connected than ever. We've learned more about each other, built up massive cities, explored space, though not to the extent you have here. But conflict is still a part of who we are. Wars, politics, disagreements on how things should be done, that's all still a thing. Plo-kun nodded thoughtfully, his eyes reflecting the weight of vandukes' words. It seems your people are not unlike many civilizations in the galaxy. Progress tempered by conflict, always seeking balance. Yeah, you could say that, Vanduke replied. But there's more to the story. You see, Earth's also connected to the multiverse, a web of realities that's far bigger than just one galaxy. And that's where my role comes in. Vanduke's expression grew more serious as he continued. The first Vanduke, the original one, appeared around the same time Earth was grappling with its biggest challenges. He was the first to walk the multiverse, to understand that every version of Earth, every timeline, had its own challenges, threats, and protectors. His job and the job of every Vanduke after him was to guard Lancaster City in every version of Earth and to keep the multiverse itself safe from forces that wanted to tear it apart. Plo-kun's interest deepened. This first Vanduke, was he chosen for this task, or did he seek it out? No one really knows, Vanduke said, shaking his head. There are legends that he was chosen by the multiverse itself, imbued with powers that allowed him to travel between timelines and face things that most people couldn't even begin to understand. What we do know is that he fought some of the darkest entities ever to emerge from the multiverse, things like Windogos, skinwalkers, and beings even more dangerous. And his legacy continues through you. Plo asked, his voice filled with a quiet reverence. That's right, Vanduke confirmed. Every Vanduke since then has taken up the mantle. We're guardians, protectors, and warriors. Our job is to make sure that whatever darkness creeps through the multiverse doesn't consume the timelines. And now, for some reason, I've been brought here to your galaxy. I'm still trying to figure out why. Plo-kun stood in silence for a moment, processing the enormity of Vanduke's story. The multiverse, as you describe it, is vast beyond our understanding. But I sense a great purpose in your presence here, Vanduke. Perhaps the Force, in its infinite wisdom, has brought you to us for a reason. Maybe, Vanduke replied, his thoughts still swirling with possibilities. But whatever that reason is, I'm going to see it through. Plo-kun placed a hand on Vanduke's shoulder, his voice steady. You are not alone in this, Vanduke. The Jedi will stand with you as you seek the answers you need. Vanduke nodded in appreciation, feeling a sense of calm settle over him. For now, at least, he had allies in this strange galaxy, and perhaps the answers he sought were closer than he realized. As Vanduke stood in conversation with Plo-kun, a thought suddenly struck him. He had always kept a record of Earth's history on his call sign, a sort of personal archive of his home world, something to keep him connected to where he came from as he traveled the multiverse. Turning to PLO, Vanduk smiled slightly. "You know," he began, "I actually have something that might help you get a better sense of Earth beyond just what I can tell you." PLO-kun tilted his head, curious. "What do you mean?" Vanduk raised his wrist, activating his call sign device. The screen came to life with a soft glow, and Vanduk began navigating through its interface. "I've kept records of Earth with me, pictures, videos, music, even some older news broadcasts. It's part of who I am, and I figured since I'm always on the move, I'd bring a little piece of home with me wherever I go." He pulled up a few images, first photos of Earth's landscapes, from the skyscrapers of bustling cities like New York, to the quiet beauty of places like the Grand Canyon, snow-covered mountains, and vast forests. Each image seemed to tell a story of Earth's diversity, its beauty, and its complexity. PLO-kun stepped closer, his eyes scanning the images with fascination. "Your world, it is vibrant, alive in ways both natural and constructed. Your people have created much from the resources around them." Vanduk nodded, swiping through the images until he found some videos. He played a short clip of a news broadcast, one covering the landing of a Mars rover. The reporter's excited voice filled the air, detailing the latest technological achievement of humankind. "This is from one of our space programs," Vanduk explained. "We've been reaching out into space for a while now, but nothing on the scale of what you Jedi do. Still, this was a big deal for us, reaching out to another planet and trying to understand the universe beyond Earth." PLO watched the clip in silence, the weight of what he was seeing clearly evident in his posture. "It's remarkable," he said softly. "Your people have such curiosity, such drive to explore despite the challenges they face." Next, Vanduk pulled up some music files, letting a few classical pieces play in the background, sweeping orchestras and piano solos that seemed to fill the hall with an almost ethereal quality. PLO-kun closed his eyes for a moment, absorbing the music. "Such emotion, your music carries the heart of your people. It speaks of both joy and sorrow, strength and vulnerability." Vanduk smiled. "That's one way to put it. Music has always been a big part of Earth's culture. Every era, every group of people, has had their own way of expressing themselves through it." Finally, Vanduk showed PLO a few snippets of more personal videos, people walking through city streets, children playing in parks, old home videos of family gatherings. They were ordinary moments, but to Vanduk, they were the essence of Earth's humanity. As the last video ended, Vanduk turned off his call sign, the air quiet once more. PLO-kun stood in contemplation for a moment before turning to Vanduk. "Your world, your people, they are filled with life, creativity, and complexity. You have brought a piece of your home here with you, and through it, I understand more of who you are." Vanduk nodded. "Yeah, Earth's got its ups and downs, but it's home. And even though I'm far away from it now, it's always with me. Plo-kun placed a hand on Vanduk's shoulder. It is a gift, to carry your world with you. And now, through your records, I too have glimpsed a part of your journey. Vanduk smiled. Glad I could share it with you. As their conversation shifted, Plo-kun's thoughtful gaze settled on the device strapped to Vanduk's wrist, the call sign. You mentioned earlier that this device of yours, the call sign, hasn't been able to connect to the multiverse since you arrived here, Plo said, his voice tinged with curiosity. Perhaps the issue isn't with the device itself, but with the energy required to connect to something beyond our galaxy. Vanduk looked down at his call sign, the screen still flickering with the same error message, timeline unknown. He had tried everything to make it work, but nothing had connected him back to the multiverse. Yeah, it's been dead ever since I got here. I thought maybe it was blocked or something, but I hadn't considered it might just need more power. Plo-kun nodded, a theory forming in his mind. It's possible that the device needs more power than what it currently has access to. If it's designed to communicate across different realities, it may require a more concentrated source of energy than what's naturally available in this galaxy. Vanduk raised an eyebrow, intrigued. You think we can fix it? It's worth investigating, Plo said, motioning for Vanduk to follow him. Come with me. There's a mechanics area beneath the temple where we can examine the device more thoroughly. Perhaps we can uncover what it needs to function again. Curious and hopeful, Vanduk followed Plo-kun through the temple's corridors until they descended to the lower levels, where the mechanics and engineers worked on everything from lightsabers to starship repairs. The space was filled with the hum of machinery, the glow of tools, and the clank of droids being tuned up for maintenance. It had an industrial, yet orderly feel, just the right place for them to explore the call signs problem. Plo led Vanduk to a small workbench where a mechanic awaited, a skilled engineer who had worked on a variety of Jedi technology. This is Vanduk, Plo introduced, and he has a device that may be beyond our usual expertise. We'd like to examine its power system and see if it can be enhanced. The mechanic, a human with a focused expression, took the call sign from Vanduk's wrist and began studying it with interest. After a few minutes of careful examination, he connected the device to a diagnostic tool, which began running an analysis. Vanduk and Plo stood by, watching the process. The device is complex, the mechanic noted, but it's still functioning. The issue isn't with the core system it's trying to reach out, but it doesn't have enough energy to connect to whatever it's designed to. Plo-kun nodded in agreement, his theory solidifying. As I suspected, Vanduk, the device's multiversal communication may require an energy source that's more concentrated than anything readily available in our galaxy. Perhaps the Force, or something similar, could bridge that gap. Vanduk frowned, thinking it over. so it's not broken, it just needs more juice. Exactly, the mechanic said. We could try amplifying the power. The temple's power grid is strong, but we may need a dedicated source. I could rig something up, but it'll take some time. Vanduk thought about it, a wave of hope starting to rise. If they could get the call sign working again, maybe he could re-establish a connection with the other vandukes, or at the very least, figure out more about how he got stuck in this galaxy. Let's give it a shot. Whatever you need, I'm ready to help. The mechanic nodded and got to work, pulling together components and power converters to channel a greater energy flow into the call sign. As they worked together, Vanduk felt a renewed sense of purpose. If they could power the device, there was a chance he could finally get some answers and perhaps find a way back home. As Vanduk watched the mechanic work on amplifying the power to his call sign, a thought struck him. He turned to Plo-kun, curiosity clear in his voice. What powers your lightsabers? Could that energy source be enough to get this thing working again? Plo-kun considered Vanduk's question for a moment before answering. Our lightsabers are powered by kyber crystals, which are attuned to the Force. These crystals channel the energy that fuels a Jedi's lightsaber, giving it its distinct glow and power. The connection between the kyber crystal and the Jedi is a deeply personal one, as the crystal resonates with the wielder's presence in the Force. Vanduk raised an eyebrow. Sounds like more than just a battery. Plo nodded. It is. The power of a kyber crystal isn't just about raw energy, it's about the bond between the crystal and the Jedi. However, the crystals themselves do hold immense energy enough to power a lightsaber for years, and in some cases, other devices. The mechanic, overhearing the conversation, glanced up from his work. Kyber crystals are potent energy sources, but using one to power your device might be tricky. Your call sign isn't designed to interface with a crystal attuned to the Force. We could try, but the risk would be that the device might not be able to handle the Force connection. Vanduk thought for a moment. So you're saying it's not just about power, it's about how that power interacts with the device. Exactly, Plo confirmed. The kyber crystals are powerful, but they're aligned with the Force. If your device isn't built to handle that kind of energy, it could be unpredictable. And even if it worked, it wouldn't be a sustainable power source unless the device was able to form a similar connection, which seems unlikely given that it's built around multiversal principles rather than the Force. Vanduk nodded, processing the information. All right, so using one of your crystals is out for now. But what about the energy source you're working on? Will that be enough? The mechanic smiled. It should be. I'm rerouting power from the temple's grid, and with a few adjustments, we should be able to give your call sign the boost it needs. It won't be as powerful as a kyber crystal, but it'll be safer and more stable for your device. Vanduk felt a surge of hope. Let's go with that, then. If it works, maybe I can finally figure out why I'm stuck here. PLO-kun placed a reassuring hand on Vandukes' shoulder. We will do everything we can to help you, Vanduke. If this energy source is enough, perhaps you'll be able to re-establish your connection with the multiverse. Vanduke nodded, grateful for the help. As the mechanic continued working on the power system, he couldn't help but feel that this was a step in the right direction, one that might finally give him the answers he was seeking. The moment the mechanic finished rerouting the power and made the final connection, Vanduke's call sign device began to whir and hum with a renewed life. The screen flickered briefly before a steady glow settled over it, displaying information Vanduke hadn't seen since arriving in this galaxy. His connection to the multiverse had been restored. But before Vanduke could even process what was happening, a ripple of energy formed in the air next to him, and with a burst of light, a portal appeared. Out of the portal stepped two figures, instantly recognizable to Vanduke as his fellow multiversal counterparts, other Vandukes, each from their own respective versions of Earth. The first figure was lean, wearing ragged clothing that suggested a life spent on the streets, much like Vanduke's, but his eyes carried a depth of experience battle-hardened and haunted. This was the orphan, the Vanduke who had survived the horrors of his timeline by fighting off the man behind the slaughter and his army of killer animatronics. The orphan carried himself with quiet intensity, his presence immediately commanding attention. The second figure was bulkier, dressed in worn, patched-up armor that bore the unmistakable marks of a post-apocalyptic world. His face was hardened, scarred, and behind him, a tattered flag from his universe hung loosely on his back. Fallout Boy, the Vanduke from a world where the events of the Fallout series had actually occurred. His eyes reflected the wasteland he came from, filled with stories of survival in a radiated, ruined world. Street Rat, the Vanduke who had been navigating this galaxy, stared at the two for a moment, then let out a low chuckle. Well, I'll be damned. The multiverse finally comes knocking. The orphan glanced around, his sharp eyes taking in the surroundings of the Jedi Temple. So this is where you've been, Street Rat. Not exactly the kind of place I expected to find you. Fallout Boy let out a dry laugh, adjusting the heavy weapon strap to his back. You always did manage to land yourself in the weirdest situations, Street Rat. A galaxy filled with laser swords and clones. That's new, even for us. Street Rat. Vanduke grinned, but there was a seriousness to his tone as he replied. Trust me, this place is more complicated than it looks. The Sith, the Jedi, this entire war, it's a different kind of danger. And now that you two are here, it looks like the multiverse is making sure I don't handle this alone. PLO-kun, who had been watching the entire scene unfold, stepped forward, his calm demeanor unwavering despite the sudden arrival of the other Vandukes. It seems your device has reconnected you to your allies from other realities, he observed, his voice thoughtful. This opens up even more questions, but also possibilities. The orphan gave PLO a respectful nod. though he looked out of place in the serenity of the Jedi Temple. "I'm here for a reason, same as you. The multiverse doesn't send us without cause. Something big's happening, and I have a feeling it's tied to whatever's going on in this galaxy." Fallout Boy crossed his arms, scanning the room with a skeptical glance. "Whatever it is, I'm ready. This place, it feels like it's teetering on the edge. I've seen this before just before everything falls apart." Street Rat nodded in agreement. "Yeah, there's a lot more going on than just a war between droids and clones. We've got to figure out how this ties into the multiverse, because if it's pulled us all together, then it's big." Plo-kun, ever composed, offered a suggestion. "Perhaps the Jedi Council would be interested in meeting your companions. Together, we may find the answers you seek." Street Rat Johnny Vanjik looked between the orphan and Fallout Boy, then back at Plo-kun. "Yeah, maybe they will. But first, we need to figure out why we're all here. Something tells me this is just the beginning." With the portal still flickering behind them, the three Vanjikis stood united, their mission clear but the path uncertain. Whatever had brought them together, it wasn't just coincidence. There was a storm coming, and they were going to need every ounce of their strength to face it. After their brief reunion, Street Rat Johnny Vanjik led the orphan and Fallout Boy through the Jedi Temple, heading toward the council chambers. The air in the temple felt thick with tension as the three Vanjikis walked side by side. Plo-kun accompanied them, maintaining his calm composure, though his mind was undoubtedly racing with questions about these strange new arrivals. As they approached the entrance to the Jedi Council chambers, Street Rat glanced at his fellow Vanjikis. "Stay sharp. These Jedi might be peaceful, but they've seen their fair share of battles, and they don't take kindly to surprises." The orphan gave a brief nod, his eyes scanning the hall for any signs of danger, while Fallout Boy simply adjusted the weight of his weaponry, his post-apocalyptic gear clinking softly. "Let's get this over with," Fallout Boy muttered. "The sooner we know what's going on, the sooner we can get to work." The large doors to the Jedi Council chamber slid open with a soft hiss, revealing the circular room where the council awaited. The same gathering of Jedi Masters from Street Rat's previous meeting was present. Yoda, Mace Windu, Ki-Adi-Mundi, Shaak Ti, and others all seated in their customary positions, their gazes fixed on the newcomers. Yoda's small form was centered among them, his deep eyes observing the Vanjikis with intense curiosity. He motioned for them to enter, his cane tapping gently on the floor. "New faces, these are. From far away, they come, yes." Street Rat stepped forward, bowing slightly in respect. "Masters, these are my fellow Vanjikis. This is the orphan," he gestured toward the lean, battle-hardened figure, "and Fallout Boy," he said, indicating the heavily armored survivor. "They come from different timelines, different versions of Earth, but they're here now, same as me." Mace Windu leaned forward, his sharp gaze moving from one Vanjik to the next. So, there are more of you. Each from a different timeline, but all bearing the same name. The orphan nodded. That's right. Each of us protects Lancaster City in our respective timelines. We've all faced different threats some you probably wouldn't believe, but we're united by the same purpose, keeping the multiverse from collapsing under the weight of all the dangers out there. Fallout Boy crossed his arms, his voice rough but steady. I come from a world that's been ripped apart by nuclear war, where survival's not just about being tough, it's about making the right alliances. If we're here, something big is happening. Bigger than any one galaxy. The council sat in silence for a moment, absorbing the gravity of their words. Yoda's ears twitched slightly, his eyes narrowing in thought. Pulled together, the three of you are strong. The connection between you and the multiverse must be. But a reason, we must find. Ki-Adi stroked his long beard thoughtfully. The presence of multiple versions of one being suggests a disturbance in the fabric of reality itself. Your arrival here is not a coincidence. Something has brought you to our galaxy, and perhaps it is tied to the greater conflict we face. Mace Windu's gaze darkened. If the multiverse is involved, we need to understand how. The Sith have been manipulating this war from the shadows. If they've found a way to use the multiverse to their advantage, the entire galaxy could be at risk. The orphan, always sharp, stepped forward slightly. The Sith? I've fought plenty of dark forces in my time, but this is something new. If they've managed to tap into the multiverse, then everything we know is in danger. Yoda's gaze softened, though his voice carried the weight of wisdom and concern. Know this, we do not. But investigate, we must. A connection between the Sith and the multiverse, perhaps there is. Fallout Boy, ever pragmatic, added, if the Sith are the ones behind this, we need to stop them before they can do any real damage. Whatever powers they're playing with, we've seen what happens when dark forces mess with reality itself. It never ends well. Plo Koon, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke. Masters, if I may, the appearance of these vandukes may offer us an opportunity. If they are connected to the multiverse, they could help us track down the root of this disturbance, whether it's the Sith or something else entirely. Mace Windu nodded thoughtfully. Perhaps. But we need more information before we can act. For now, we'll continue to monitor the situation. In the meantime, we ask that you, Vanjuk, and your companions, work with us to uncover whatever is behind this. Street Rat exchanged a glance with the orphan and Fallout Boy, then nodded. We're in. If there's a threat to the multiverse, we're not backing down. But we'll need your help too. The Sith aren't our usual kind of enemy. Yoda's voice was calm but filled with purpose. Help you, we will. Together, face this challenge, we must. With the meeting drawing to a close, the three Vandukes felt a renewed sense of purpose. whatever had brought them together, it was far from over. The Sith, the multiverse, and the fate of countless realities were at stake. And now, they would face it together with the Jedi as their allies. Unbeknownst to the vandukes or the Jedi, something far more dangerous had slipped through when the portal opened. As the connection to the multiverse was restored, dark forces from the ancient past, the imposter and the false storyteller, had followed in the wake of the portal's energy, entering this galaxy without being detected. The imposter, a twisted version of a vanduke who had once been human but was now locked inside a mechanical body after being slain by monsters, was a horrifying sight. His once human features were now cold, metallic, and twisted, his robotic form a chilling reminder of what he had become. He had once led the bio-slaves, an army of robotic humans bent on domination in the multiverse, and now, he was here. Beside him was the false storyteller, a once great vanduke who had fallen under the imposter's influence. His abilities to slightly rewrite reality made him one of the most dangerous beings in the multiverse. He could twist events, change outcomes, and warp reality in ways that left his enemies scrambling to make sense of what was real. His presence brought a coldness, an unsettling feeling that reality itself was fragile and could be bent at any moment. And now they were both here, in the heart of this galaxy. Darth Sidious, sitting in his private office, had sensed their arrival the moment they slipped through. His eyes gleamed with a mixture of delight and cunning. These were not just ordinary beings, they were forces from another dimension, potentially more powerful than even the Sith. If he could harness their abilities, especially the false storyteller's power to rewrite reality, he could shift the balance of the galaxy and cement his rise to power even faster than planned. Sidious reached out with the dark side of the Force, sending a telepathic invitation to the imposter and the false storyteller. His voice echoed through their minds, smooth yet filled with the darkness of his intentions. "You have come a long way, travelers. I sense in you the power to change everything. Reality itself bends at your will. Come to me. Together, we can reshape this galaxy, and beyond." The imposter and the false storyteller, lurking in the shadows of Coruscant's underbelly, both felt the pull of Sidious' voice. They exchanged a glance, a shared understanding forming between them. If the Sith Lord knew they were here and was extending an invitation, it meant he saw potential in their powers and perhaps a path to greater control over this galaxy. But the imposter, with his machine-cold logic, knew they couldn't trust Sidious entirely. Still, the opportunity to reshape reality was too tempting to ignore. Without hesitation, they moved through the city's darkened streets, making their way toward the Senate building where Sidious awaited them in his office. As they arrived, Sidious stood in the center of the room, cloaked in shadows, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. The imposter and the false storyteller stepped inside, their forms casting eerie silhouettes against the dark, regal decor of the office. The air was thick with tension, and yet, in that moment, the Sith Lord and the two multiversal threats seemed to understand one another. Sidious' voice cut through the silence. Welcome, my new allies. We have much to discuss. The impostor and the false storyteller stood before Darth Sidious in the shadowy expanse of his office. The air was thick with dark energy, a silent tension simmering as these three powerful figures sized each other up. Sidious, ever the master of manipulation, remained calm and composed, though his yellowed eyes gleamed with excitement. The possibilities of what these two beings from the multiverse could offer him were endless. The impostor, his mechanical form towering and cold, spoke first, his voice a harsh blend of robotic distortion and lingering human tones. You summoned us, Sith. You claim to know who we are, but what is it you want from us? Sidious smiled, the corners of his mouth twisting in satisfaction. What I want, dear impostor, is what you already offer. Power. Control. The ability to reshape reality itself, to bend the universe to my will. He turned his gaze to the false storyteller. And you, with your ability to rewrite events, can assist me in ways even the greatest Sith have never dreamed. The false storyteller's eyes narrowed. He was a Vanduk, once bound to protect the multiverse, but now corrupted, his reality-altering powers twisted. You speak of rewriting reality as if it's something you can control. My power doesn't bend so easily to the whims of mortals. What makes you think we would even ally with you? Sidious chuckled softly, his voice a smooth, calculating hum. Because you want what I can offer. The Jedi and the Vandukes, they would never allow you the freedom to reshape this galaxy as you see fit. But He paused, savoring the moment. I can give you the freedom to create the chaos you desire. Together, we can destroy the Jedi, and the Vandukes who stand in your way, and build a new order, one where you both have the power you've been denied. The impostor's mechanical joints creaked as he stepped forward, his glowing eyes fixating on Sidious. We care little for your Republic or your Jedi. What we seek is domination over time, over reality, over every version of existence. But you, Sith, are a dangerous ally. Why should we trust you? Sidious smiled, raising his hands in a gesture of goodwill, though his dark presence filled the room like a rising storm. You shouldn't trust me. Nor should I trust you. But we share a common goal: the destruction of those who stand in our way. The Vandukes, your enemies, are in this galaxy now, but I know where they are, and I can deliver them to you. Imagine, impostor. False storyteller, the satisfaction of crushing the very Vandukes who defeated you in the great multiversal war. The mention of the Vandukes, the very ones who had opposed them during the great multiversal war, sparked something in both the impostor and the false storyteller. The impostor's mechanical hands flexed, metal groaning under the pressure. The false storyteller's expression remained calm, but there was a spark of interest in his eyes. You claim to know where they are, the false storyteller said, his voice low and calculating. But they are clever, and this universe is vast. If we are to deal with them, We need assurances that you can deliver what you promise." Sidious nodded slowly. "The vandukes are already within the Jedi Temple. They believe they are safe, that they are united. But I am the puppet master, pulling strings they cannot see. Soon, they will walk directly into the trap I've set for them. All I need is for you to be ready when the time comes." The impostor and the false storyteller exchanged a glance. There was no trust between them and Sidious, but the prospect of finally crushing the vandukes who had humiliated them was too tempting to pass up. They could play along for now. Once the Jedi and the vandukes were dealt with, they could decide what to do with Sidious. "You have our interest," the false storyteller finally said, his voice soft but deadly. "But know this, Sith. If you betray us, or if you prove unable to deliver what you promise, we will tear this reality apart piece by piece. We do not need you to destroy everything." Sidious smiled, the darkness in his eyes deepening. "Oh, I would expect nothing less. But rest assured, together, we will shape this galaxy and perhaps even the multiverse into what it was always meant to be. The era of the Jedi will end, and a new order will rise." The impostor and the false storyteller turned to leave, their figures dissolving into the shadows as they prepared for what lay ahead. Sidious remained standing in the center of his office, his thoughts racing. The pieces were falling into place: Vanjik, the Jedi, the Separatists, and now these beings from the multiverse. The time was coming when he would seize control of everything, bending not just the galaxy, but reality itself, to his will. But as the door slid shut, Sidious allowed himself a rare moment of contemplation. The impostor and the false storyteller were dangerous, and he knew full well they would turn on him the moment it suited their needs. But for now, they were his allies, and with their help, the galaxy would soon be his. "Let them think they have the upper hand," Sidious thought to himself, his expression dark and confident. "In the end, all will fall to the dark side." While Palpatine schemed in the shadows with his new multiversal allies, the Vandukes were already on the move, taking their own steps toward unraveling the Sith's influence. In a quiet chamber deep within the Jedi Temple, Street Rat stood with Plo Koon and Kit Fisto, the other two Vandukes, the Orphan and Fallout Boy, flanking him. The atmosphere was tense but filled with purpose. Street Rat had just finished explaining to Plo Koon how he had felt Sidious' dark presence trying to invade his mind during his meeting with the Chancellor. The invasion had been subtle, but Street Rat had recognized it for what it was: a test, a probing attempt by a powerful enemy. Street Rat had managed to push Sidious out, but now he had a sinking suspicion that Sidious was hiding somewhere within the Republic government, likely in the Senate. "I can't shake it," Street Rat said, his eyes narrowing as he spoke to PLO and Kit. I felt Sidious try to get into my mind, and I know he's hiding in plain sight. I've been around enough corrupt leaders to know one when I see them. The Senate, there's something off about it. I'm betting he's there, pulling the strings from within. But we need proof. PLO-kun nodded thoughtfully, his voice steady and calm. If Sidious is truly hiding within the Republic, then we must tread carefully. We cannot act on suspicion alone. But if you are right, Street Rat, we will need more than just an idea. We will need solid proof before we can move against him. Kid Fisto, standing with his arms crossed, gave a firm nod. We can't alert Sidious to the fact that we're onto him, not yet. But we have another target in sight, Count Dooku. If we can capture him, perhaps we can find the connection we need to expose Sidious. The orphan, who had been quiet until now, stepped forward, his expression grim. Dooku's not going to come quietly. If we're going after him, we need to be prepared for a fight. He's strong, and he's got the separatists at his back. Fallout Boy, ever the pragmatist, added, I've seen my share of warlords. Dooku's not gonna give us what we need unless we force his hand. We've got to be ready for anything. PLO-kun, ever methodical, turned to Kid Fisto. We'll need more than just ourselves. We'll need our clone detachments, fully prepared for combat. Dooku is elusive, but if we strike quickly and decisively, we can corner him before he escapes. Kid Fisto nodded, already making plans. I'll contact my detachment. They'll be ready within the hour. We'll also need to secure transport, something fast and stealthy. Dooku's no fool, and he'll be expecting resistance. Street Rat folded his arms, his mind already racing ahead. The key is speed. If we hit him fast, we can cut off his escape routes and force him into a corner. Once we have him, we can use his connection to Sidious to figure out what's really going on. PLO-kun placed a reassuring hand on Street Rat's shoulder. Your instincts have brought us this far, Vandukes. Now, we must trust in them as we prepare for what comes next. As PLO-kun and Kid Fisto stepped aside to coordinate with their clones, the three Vandukes exchanged a glance. They had faced powerful enemies before, but this galaxy posed new challenges they couldn't afford to underestimate. Yet, for all the darkness looming ahead, they knew that together, with the Jedi at their side, they had a fighting chance. Within the hour, both PLO-kun's and Kid Fisto's clone detachments had assembled. The clones, disciplined and battle-ready, moved with precision as they prepared for the mission. The air buzzed with the anticipation of the coming battle, but everyone knew the stakes were higher than just capturing a separatist leader. This mission could unravel the truth behind Sidious and his grip on the galaxy. As the clones readied their gear and loaded into the transports, Street Rat, the orphan, and Fallout Boy joined PLO-kun and Kid Fisto near the landing pads. This is it, Street Rat said quietly. If we take down Dooku, we're one step closer to taking down Sidious. Kit Fisto smiled, his sharp teeth flashing briefly. Then let's not waste any more time. The mission was set. The vandukes, alongside Plo Koon, Kit Fisto, and their clone forces, were about to embark on a mission that could tip the balance of power in the galaxy. But unknown to them, as they prepared for this mission, dark forces were already moving against them. Sidious, the imposter, and the false storyteller had their own plans, and the galaxy was about to be thrown into even greater chaos. As the Venator-class Star Destroyer dropped out of hyperspace, Street Rat, the Orphan, Fallout Boy, Plo Koon, Kit Fisto, and their clone commanders were stunned by the sight before them. Count Dooku's flagship, accompanied by an overwhelming number of separatist cruisers, floated ominously in the distance, already positioned as though they had been expecting this exact moment. Looks like Dooku got the memo, Fallout Boy muttered, eyeing the vast fleet. Plo Koon's expression remained calm, but his voice carried a note of tension. It seems Sidious warned him. We should have anticipated this. Kit Fisto, ever optimistic but pragmatic, stepped forward. We're outgunned, but let's see if we can maneuver before they open fire. Keep shields up and prepare evasive maneuvers. Before a battle could begin, the comm station chirped to life. A communication request from Dooku himself. The bridge crew hesitated for a moment, exchanging glances, but Plo Koon nodded. Open the channel. The hologram flickered to life, revealing the tall and imposing figure of Count Dooku, his presence immediately commanding the attention of everyone on the bridge. His sharp eyes moved over the group: Plo Koon, Kit Fisto, the clone commanders, and finally, settling on the three vandukes. Dooku's expression was calm, but there was an air of calculation about him. "Ah, the vandukes," he said smoothly, his voice deep and measured. "I have heard much about you from my master, Sidious. Quite the fascinating individuals, traveling across timelines and realities. It seems you are now as deeply entangled in this war as the rest of us." The vandukes remained silent for a moment, unsure of where this conversation was heading. But before they could respond, Dooku's expression changed, softening ever so slightly. His next words took everyone by surprise. However, Dooku continued, "I am not contacting you to engage in yet another senseless battle. No, I am here to offer cooperation. You see, I have grave concerns about my master and, more specifically, about the allies he has recently acquired." Street Rat exchanged a glance with Plo Koon, both of them wary of Dooku's sudden shift in tone. The Orphan, always suspicious, stepped forward, folding his arms. "What kind of cooperation are we talking about, Dooku? You expect us to trust you after everything?" Dooku raised a hand, as though acknowledging their skepticism. "I understand your reluctance. but hear me out. My master, Darth Sidious, is no fool. He has always played both sides of this war, carefully orchestrating each conflict to serve his own designs. Yet recently, he has made a move that has unsettled even me. He has brought new allies into the fold, beings of immense power, from beyond this galaxy. The vandukes stiffened. They knew exactly who Dooku was talking about. Dooku's gaze sharpened, and he focused on the vandukes specifically. You know them, don't you? The imposter and the false storyteller. Two creatures of chaos, with the ability to manipulate reality itself. They have entered this galaxy, and my master has already begun working with them. I fear they may be the downfall not only of the Republic, but of the Confederacy as well. If these two are allowed to wreak havoc unchecked, everything we know this galaxy, our factions, our very reality could be torn apart. Plo Koon remained calm, but there was clear concern in his voice. And why should we believe you, Dooku? You are Sidious' apprentice. What makes you think we would cooperate with you? Dooku's expression darkened. Because I am not blind, Master Koon. Sidious is not invincible. His ambitions stretch far beyond the Sis or the Republic, and now that he has aligned himself with these multiversal threats, he is no longer playing by the rules of this galaxy. If the imposter and the false storyteller gain full control of their powers here, they could reshape reality in ways none of us can predict or control. My master believes he can use them, but I am not so certain. And neither should you be. Street Rat stepped forward, narrowing his eyes at Dooku. You're scared. You're scared Sidious is going to let these two destroy everything, including you. Dooku didn't deny it. I am pragmatic, Vanjuk. I know power when I see it. But this is beyond any one man's control. If we do not work together to stop them, it will not matter who wins this war. The galaxy will be thrown into chaos. The orphan's voice cut through the silence. You're saying we team up. But once we deal with Sidious and these two, what happens? You go back to leading the separatists? We go back to fighting. Dooku's expression remained neutral, but his eyes gleamed with understanding. Once Sidious is dealt with, we will see. But for now, our goal is mutual. I want to survive, as do you. Kid Fisto, ever cautious but sensing the potential in Dooku's words, turned to Plo Koon. This could be the break we need. If Dooku knows more about Sidious' plans, it might be worth the risk. Plo Koon was silent for a moment, then turned to the vandukes. What do you think? This is your fight as much as ours now. If Dooku's information is true, this could be our chance to stop Sidious before it's too late. Street Rat considered the situation, glancing at the orphan and Fallout Boy. They had faced impossible odds before, but this galaxy was different, more dangerous, more fragile. The imposter and the false storyteller weren't just threats to the Jedi or the Republic. They were threats to the very fabric of reality. "We work with Dooku," Street Rat finally said, his voice firm. "But only until we have the proof we need. Once Sidious is out of the way, Dooku's next." Dooku smiled faintly. "Agreed. For now, we have a common enemy. Let us focus on that." With that, the communication cut off, leaving the group in tense silence. They had made an uneasy alliance with one of their greatest enemies. But in the face of the larger threat posed by Sidious, the impostor, and the false storyteller, it was the only option they had. Now, they prepared for what was to come, a battle not just for control of the galaxy, but for the very nature of reality itself. After the tense communication with Count Dooku ended, the room was filled with silence as the vandukes, Plo Koon, Kit Fisto, and the two clone commanders processed the weight of what had just been revealed. The Separatist leaders' unexpected cooperation had rattled them all, but the vandukes had been keeping a secret of their own, one that now needed to be shared. Street Rat exchanged a glance with the orphan and Fallout Boy before stepping forward, breaking the silence. His voice was steady, but the gravity of what he was about to say was unmistakable. "Plo, Kit, there's something you need to know. Something we haven't told anyone yet." Plo Koon turned to face Street Rat, his calm demeanor still intact, though a flicker of curiosity and concern passed through his eyes. Kit Fisto crossed his arms, waiting for Vanjik to continue. "We know who Sidious is," Street Rat said, his words cutting through the tension in the air like a blade. "It's Palpatine." Both Jedi Masters froze, their expressions shifting from curiosity to shock. Plo Koon, normally so composed, took a half step back, processing the revelation. Kit Fisto's eyes widened, his calm exterior cracking as the weight of Street Rat's words sank in. "Chancellor Palpatine. Sidious?" Plo Koon finally asked, his voice low, but filled with disbelief. Street Rat nodded, his eyes hard. "It's him. I felt him try to invade my mind back when we first arrived on Coruscant. He was subtle, but I knew it was him. And everything Dooku said just now confirms it. Sidious is pulling the strings from the shadows, and he's been right under your noses the whole time." Kit Fisto's face hardened, his usual optimistic demeanor replaced by a cold realization. If Palpatine is Sidious, then everything makes sense. The manipulation of both sides, the war, the secrecy, he's been orchestrating it all. The orphan stepped forward, his voice grim. "He's played you all. The Republic and the Separatists. It's all been a ploy to gain power, and now, with the imposter and false storyteller in the mix, he's about to escalate things to a level that could destroy everything." Plo Koon remained quiet, his mind racing. His connection to the Force had always guided him, but this revelation, if true, would change everything about how they approached the war. This is troubling news. But without proof, we cannot act against him. the Jedi Council would never move against the Chancellor based on suspicion alone. Street Rat clenched his fists. That's why we need Dooku. If we can capture him, we can use his knowledge to expose Sidious once and for all. But until then, Palpatine remains untouchable. Kit Fisto nodded in agreement. We can't confront him directly, not yet. But Dooku may hold the key to bringing Sidious down. Plo Koon placed a hand on his chin, deep in thought. Then we proceed with the mission. We capture Dooku, and through him, we find the proof we need. But we must tread carefully. Palpatine will know we're closing in, and he won't hesitate to act if he feels threatened. Street Rat, the orphan, and Fallout Boy exchanged a glance, a silent understanding passing between them. They had faced countless threats across the multiverse, but this was different. This was a fight not just for one galaxy, but for the very fabric of reality itself. We'll do whatever it takes, Street Rat said firmly. Palpatine's not just another villain, he's playing with powers he can't control. And if we don't stop him, everything could fall apart. With their mission clear, the group prepared to confront Count Dooku and unravel the dark web Sidious had woven around the galaxy. Time was running out, and the vandukes, along with Plo Koon and Kit Fisto, would have to act fast before Palpatine made his next move. As they prepared for the mission, Vanduk's curiosity about the clone army grew. He had noticed the efficiency and discipline of the clones, but something about them felt off. He turned to Plo Koon and Kit Fisto, seeking answers. Can you give me a recap of the history of the clone army? Vanduk asked, his voice steady but inquisitive. Where did they come from, and how did all of this start? Plo Koon and Kit Fisto exchanged a brief glance before Plo began to explain. The clone army was ordered in secret many years ago by a Jedi Master named Sifo-Dyas. Sifo-Dyas foresaw a great conflict coming to the galaxy and believed that the Republic would need an army to defend itself. Without the approval of the Jedi Council, he went to Kamino, a distant world known for its cloning technology, and commissioned the creation of the clone army. Kit Fisto picked up the explanation. Sifo-Dyas was a visionary, but his actions were controversial. The Council was unaware of the army's existence until the outbreak of the Clone Wars. The clones themselves were created using the genetic template of a bounty hunter named Jango Fett, one of the most skilled warriors in the galaxy. His DNA provided the foundation for the entire army. Plo Koon continued, the clones were engineered to age rapidly, to be loyal, disciplined, and obedient to the Republic. They were trained from birth to be soldiers, and each one has been conditioned to follow orders without question. Vanduk listened carefully, nodding as they spoke, but something still nagged at him. Have there been any incidents? I mean, these clones, they're still human, right? Kit and Plo exchanged another glance, and Kit Fisto's expression turned serious. There was one incident. a clone trooper named Fives went rogue. He claimed to have discovered something wrong with him. He said he faced a malfunction and tried to tell the Jedi and the Republic about it. Unfortunately, Fives was killed before we could fully understand what he meant. His claims were dismissed as madness. Vandukes frowned, processing the information. A human doesn't just malfunction. Something must have caused it. Is there any way to know for sure? Plo Koon nodded slowly. Fives' case was strange. He was adamant that there was something inside him, but without evidence, we couldn't act on it. Why do you ask? Vandukes' eyes narrowed as a thought occurred to him. If there's something wrong with the clones, maybe we can figure it out. I have a call sign that can scan for anomalies, might pick up something that others can't see. Would it be alright if I scanned a few of the clones? Plo Koon considered Vandukes' request for a moment, then gave a nod of approval. I trust you, Vandukes. If you believe you can find something that might explain what happened to Fives, then by all means. Kit Fisto agreed. If there is something hidden within the clones, it's better to know now than later. With permission granted, Vandukes stepped toward a group of clone troopers standing nearby. He activated his call sign, the device glowing softly as it began scanning the nearest clone. The orphan and Fallout Boy joined him, each of them scanning different clones. Within moments, the call signs picked up something: anomalies embedded deep within the clone's neural pathways. Vandukes' eyes widened as the data appeared on his screen. Inhibitor chips, he muttered, his voice tense. Each one of these clones has an implanted chip that's designed to control them. And it's not just any chip. These are programmed with orders. The orphan stepped closer, looking over Vandukes' shoulder at the data. There's more. Executive orders, 105 of them. Some of them are basic commands, but others, these are kill orders. Whoever programmed these chips has the ability to control the clones with a single command. Fallout Boy's voice was grim as he added, that's why Fives went rogue. He must have found out about the chip and tried to warn everyone before he was silenced. Plo Koon and Kit Fisto listened in stunned silence. The revelation of the inhibitor chips was a chilling one, and the implications were far-reaching. So, these chips. Kit Fisto began, trying to make sense of it all. They could be used to turn the clones against the Jedi, against the Republic. Vandukes nodded gravely. That's exactly what they're for. These clones, they've been designed with built-in fail-safes. Whoever controls the chips controls them. This is how Sidious plans to destroy everything. Plo Koon's voice was cold with realization. We must inform the Council. If these chips are activated, it could mean the end of the Jedi Order. We need to act before it's too late. The Vandukes stood silently for a moment, understanding the gravity of what they had uncovered. The clones, once seen as allies, were now ticking time bombs, tools in Sidious' grand plan. "We'll figure this out," Street Rat said, determination in his voice. "We're not letting Sidious win. Not this time." With that, they turned their attention back to the mission. Capturing Dooku was still the priority, but now, with this new information, the stakes were even higher. The clock was ticking, and they needed to stop Sidious before his plan came to fruition. Plo Koon and Kit Fisto exchanged a tense glance, the weight of the discovery pressing down on them like a storm on the horizon. The inhibitor chips embedded within the clones represented a catastrophic threat, one that could bring the Jedi Order to its knees if activated. There was no time to lose. They needed to warn the Jedi, but they had to do so without alerting anyone else, especially the clones. Plo Koon acted quickly, his calm yet urgent demeanor guiding him. He pulled out his personal communicator and switched to the secure Jedi-only frequency. His voice, though steady, carried the unmistakable gravity of the situation. "Attention, all Jedi," Plo said quietly, keeping his tone low but firm. "This is Plo Koon, broadcasting on Jedi comms. We have uncovered a serious threat embedded within the clone troopers. Inhibitor chips have been discovered inside their neural pathways, designed to control them at a moment's notice. These chips contain executive orders, including potential kill commands against the Jedi. This information must be kept confidential. Do not share with the clones or the Republic military. We will inform the Council at once." Kit Fisto quickly added to the transmission, his voice carrying the same urgency. "Jedi comrades, until further notice, exercise extreme caution around all clone troopers. We cannot confirm when or if these chips will be activated, but the threat is real. Stay alert and maintain secure channels. May the Force be with us all." They sent the transmission, the secure Jedi-only frequency, ensuring that the clones and Republic officials would not intercept the message. Only Jedi in the field and within the temple would receive the warning. Plo Koon turned to Street Rat, the orphan, and Fallout Boy, his expression serious but resolute. "This stays between us and the Jedi. We cannot risk alerting anyone else until we have a plan in place. If these chips are triggered, we need to be prepared for the worst." Kit Fisto nodded in agreement, his usually cheerful demeanor replaced with a grim determination. "We'll need to move quickly. Dooku may be our only chance to get ahead of Sidious' plan. Let's focus on capturing him, and with that, we may find the key to stopping this." The vandukes nodded, understanding the gravity of the situation. The race against time had become even more urgent, and now, not only were they fighting Sidious, but they also had to watch their backs around the very clones they had trusted. But as they worked alongside the Jedi to figure out their next move, a spark of inspiration ignited within Street Rat's mind. He had been thinking about the nature of this timeline, how their presence had already shifted events from the original course. That meant, technically, this wasn't the same timeline the Jedi were familiar with. In a way, it was a new branch of reality. And then the idea hit him. What if, Street Rat began, turning to the orphan and Fallout Boy, we could call for help from the future of this galaxy. From the original timeline. The orphan and Fallout Boy exchanged a glance, already catching on to what Street Rat was suggesting. If this timeline was different due to their presence, they could, theoretically, use their call sign to connect with the future, possibly bringing in people who had experienced the full scope of Sidious's rise to power. Street Rat continued, now addressing the Jedi Masters present. We know Sidious has been manipulating events for a long time, but in the original timeline of this galaxy, things played out without us here. There are people, Jedi, maybe even others, who know how this war ends, who know Sidious' full plan. If we can use the call sign to connect with the future, maybe we can call for help from those who have lived through it. Plo Koon considered the idea for a moment. This galaxy's future. It's a dangerous idea, but it could provide us with the insight we need. If we can bring help from a future where Sidious is exposed, we may stand a better chance. Kit Fisto nodded. If this works, we could learn from those who faced Sidious and survived. They would know his weaknesses, his strategies. We'd be fighting with knowledge the current Jedi don't have. Anakin, Ahsoka, Obi-Wan, and the others listened closely, each one processing the enormity of what the vandukes were proposing. Yoda's expression was deep with thought. Risky, this is. But great wisdom, there may be, in those who have faced Sidious before. Help us, they can. Mace Windu, ever cautious, added, if we can pull this off, we need to be prepared for what comes through. If Sidious has truly corrupted the future, we could be opening ourselves to more than just allies. Street Rat nodded, already moving to take action. We won't know unless we try. Let's get back to the temple and use the portal. We'll need all of you with us to send out a message strong enough to get through time. With urgency, the group raced back to the Jedi Temple, the journey through hyperspace feeling both rapid and endless as their plan came together. Once they arrived, the vandukes wasted no time heading for the portal chamber deep within the temple, where they had initially reconnected with the multiverse. The room hummed with latent energy as the portal crackled with potential. The Jedi Masters Plo Koon, Kit Fisto, Ahsoka, Anakin, Obi-Wan, Mace Windu, and Yoda stood alongside the vandukes, their expressions a mix of hope and cautious anticipation. The future of the galaxy hung in the balance, and now, they were about to reach across time itself for help. Street Rat activated the call sign, connecting it to the portal. He began broadcasting a message, sending it across the timeline, hoping it would reach those who knew Sidious better than anyone else. This is Johnny Vanjuk, also known as Street Rat, broadcasting to the future. We are in the middle of the Clone Wars, and we know who Sidious is. He's Chancellor Palpatine. We're calling for help from those who have lived through this war and know how it ends. If you can hear this message, we need your knowledge, your experience. The fate of the galaxy depends on it. The portal flared with energy, glowing brighter as the message was sent out across time. The room fell into silence as everyone stood in tense anticipation, waiting for a response. Street Rat, the orphan, and Fallout Boy exchanged glances, each of them feeling the weight of what they had just done. The Jedi stood with them, their gazes fixed on the portal as the seconds ticked by. And then, they waited. The room was filled with tense silence as the portal crackled to life, the faint hum of energy signaling that something or someone was about to come through. Then, they heard it, the unmistakable sound of mechanical breathing, deep and rhythmic, sending a chill down the spines of everyone present. A figure appeared in the swirling energy of the portal, cloaked in shadow, his silhouette imposing. The dark outfit and the breathing indicated some form of machinery was part of his being. His voice, robotic yet human, boomed through the chamber. "Why should I trust you?" Before anyone could respond, Anakin stepped forward, past the vandukes and the Jedi Masters. His tone, more desperate than anyone had heard before, cut through the tension. "Please, the whole galaxy is in danger. Please, we need help." There was a pause, and the figure's breathing seemed to deepen as he took in the sight before him. He muttered, his voice full of disbelief, "It can't be possible." Then, with deliberate steps, the figure emerged fully from the portal. The Jedi recognized the aura of darkness around him immediately. This was a Sith Lord. Yet, unlike any Sith they had encountered before, he didn't seem immediately hostile. In fact, there was an air of confusion, perhaps even hesitation, about him. His gaze scanned the room, lingering on the familiar faces of Ahsoka, Obi-Wan, and Anakin. "Ahsoka. Obi-Wan, is that truly you?" The shock among the Jedi was palpable. Ahsoka, who had stood silently up to this point, took a step back, her eyes wide in disbelief. Obi-Wan, always calm under pressure, frowned, sensing something deeply unsettling about this figure. This Sith wasn't an enemy they knew, and yet there was something familiar about him. Kit Fisto, always quick to react, asked cautiously, "Who are you?" The figure straightened, the sound of his mechanical breath filling the air. "I am Darth Vader." He hesitated, glancing around at the room and the familiar faces before continuing. "But if this is the point in time, I think it is." He slowly turned his gaze toward Anakin. "Palpatine will betray you." The room froze as the words hung in the air. The shock on Anakin's face was immediate, his body stiffening as the figure this Darth Vader continued. "He will be the reason Padme dies." A stunned silence followed, with everyone, from the Jedi Masters to the vandukes, realizing the truth. This was not just any Sith Lord. This was Anakin Skywalker, or, rather, a future version of him. A version consumed by the dark side, yet standing before them now, seemingly torn between the darkness and the memories of the Jedi he once was. Anakin's voice trembled as he stepped closer to the figure. Who are you really?" Vader looked at him, the mechanical breathing heavy, as if he was struggling to confront his own past self. "I am what you will become if you allow Palpatine to manipulate you. If you fall into his trap." The gravity of the situation crashed down on the group. They weren't just dealing with the present threat of Sidious, the imposter, or the false storyteller. They were now facing the potential future of one of their own, a future where Anakin, the chosen one, would fall to the dark side. The Jedi, the vandukes, and even Vader stood in a moment of surreal understanding. The galaxy's fate, and perhaps even the multiverse, was more precarious than ever. And now, with this dark future standing in front of them, the question loomed: could they change the fate of Anakin Skywalker and, in turn, the entire galaxy? And so they waited, the weight of what lay ahead pressing down on them. As the tension in the room thickened, the portal rippled again, and a new figure stepped through. This one was older, his hair and beard white with age, yet his presence carried a familiar sense of calm and wisdom. He wore the robes of a Jedi, and though his face was weathered, there was no mistaking who he was. "I am Old Ben," the man said, offering a small, knowing smile to the group. Then, with a nod to Obi-Wan, he added, "Or, rather, I was Obi-Wan Kenobi. And what Lord Vader says is true." The younger Obi-Wan's eyes widened as he took in the sight of his future self. There was an unspoken connection between them, a recognition of the paths they both walked, though one was yet to face the trials of the future. "As hard as it is to believe," Old Ben continued, "Palpatine, Sidious, he will betray the Republic and the Jedi. And he will turn the Chosen One against everything we hold dear." Before the group could fully absorb this, the portal rippled once more, and a new figure appeared, a smaller, yet deeply powerful presence. A future version of Yoda stepped through, his eyes gleaming with the wisdom of many more years than even the current Yoda possessed. "True, these words are," future Yoda said, his voice carrying the weight of his centuries of experience. "Dangerous, the future is. Seen it, I have. If stopped, Palpatine is not, darkness will consume all." The current Yoda, standing silently in the room, met his future self's gaze. There was an understanding between them, one that transcended time itself. The situation was dire, and now there was no doubt Palpatine's betrayal, the fall of Anakin, and the destruction of the Jedi were not just possibilities. They were inevitabilities unless the present could be changed. The group, present and future, stood together, united by the knowledge that Sidious had to be stopped. Anakin, who had been silent since Vader's revelation, looked between the two Obi-Wans, the two Yodas, and finally back at Vader, the version of himself he could one day become. The weight of the future pressed down on him. Just as the weight of the revelation seemed almost too much to bear, the portal shimmered once again. A new presence stepped through, and the air in the room seemed to shift. The figure was younger than the others, yet there was a quiet strength about him, a confidence born from experience, from trials that had shaped him into something greater than any one individual. This was not just a Jedi. The man stepped forward, his features strikingly familiar. His blue eyes, full of determination and resolve, swept over the room. His lightsaber hung at his side, but his demeanor was calm, peaceful even. He looked around, taking in the sight of the Jedi of the past: Ahsoka, Anakin, Obi-Wan, Yoda, and then the vandukes, before he finally spoke. "I am Luke Skywalker," he said, his voice carrying the weight of both his lineage and the legacy he carried. An audible gasp rippled through the room, especially from Anakin and Obi-Wan. The name Skywalker was unmistakable, but it came from someone they had never met, a Jedi from a future they hadn't imagined. Luke stood tall, yet there was a sense of humility in his presence, the kind of strength that came not just from power but from understanding. Vader, who had been standing silently, watching the group, turned his gaze toward Luke. For a moment, there was a flicker of something deeper in Vader's mechanical breathing, something personal. The dark figure of Darth Vader seemed to soften in that instant, as if the presence of Luke awakened something long dormant inside of him. Anakin, still trying to process everything, took a hesitant step forward. "Luke Skywalker, are you my son?" Luke met Anakin's gaze, the future and the present colliding in that one glance. "Yes," he said softly. "I am your son. In my time, I brought balance to the Force, and I fought to redeem you." The room fell into stunned silence. Anakin's eyes widened as he grappled with the realization that the boy standing before him, this powerful Jedi from the future, was his own flesh and blood, someone he hadn't even known existed. The path of the future, full of darkness and redemption, now stood before him. Obi-Wan, both the present version and old Ben, watched the exchange with quiet awe. Yoda, standing beside his future self, nodded slowly, understanding the magnitude of what was happening. Luke Skywalker was the hero of that future, a Jedi who had risen from the ashes of a broken galaxy to restore hope, to bring balance where it had been lost. "The future is not set," Luke said, his voice firm but full of hope. "Sidious may have a plan, but it can be stopped. I'm here because I know there's a chance to change things, to prevent the suffering and loss that I witnessed." The vandukes, silent until now, exchanged glances. Luke's presence wasn't just a message of warning, it was a sign. A sign that, even though the galaxy seemed to be on the brink of destruction, there was still hope. There was still time to change the course of history. Anakin, shaken but resolute, looked back at Luke. I don't know what to say." Luke stepped forward, placing a hand on Anakin's shoulder. "You don't have to say anything. But remember this, you still have a choice. You always have a choice. And with that, the Jedi from the future Luke Skywalker, Darth Vader, Old Ben, and Yoda stood together with the Jedi of the past and the vandukes, united in their knowledge and their mission. The battle against Sidious had taken on a new dimension, and now, with the knowledge of the future, they were ready to face whatever came next. For the first time in a long while, hope flickered in the hearts of the Jedi and their allies. They knew the path ahead would be fraught with danger, but now, they were armed not only with the power of the Force but with the strength of those who had seen the future and returned to fight for a better one. And as the group stood together, they knew this was the beginning of the end for Darth Sidious. The air in the Chancellor's office was thick with tension as the vandukes, the Jedi, and their allies from the future stormed through the doors. They had expected to find Sidious alone, but the reality they faced was far more dire. Standing at Palpatine's side were some of the deadliest foes they could have imagined. The false storyteller, with his eerie ability to rewrite parts of reality, stood beside the twisted form of the imposter, whose mechanical body loomed menacingly. On the opposite side, General Grievous, towering and brimming with mechanical rage, stood ready with his 4 ignited lightsabers, a sneer on his metallic face. Asajj Ventress, her eyes gleaming with dark intent, gripped her red lightsabers, eager for blood. And there, in the shadows, was Darth Maul, his double-bladed weapon spinning to life, his gaze filled with malice. Behind them, an elite squad of commando clones stood shoulder to shoulder with battle droids, ready for whatever came next. And at the center of it all, sitting calmly in his chair, was the Sith Lord, Darth Sidious Chancellor Palpatine. His yellow eyes gleamed with satisfaction as he surveyed the heroes who had come to face him. His twisted smile grew as he stood to greet them. "So, the moment has finally come," Sidious hissed, his voice dripping with dark pleasure. "You've come to stop me, but I have been expecting you." Street Rat, the Orphan, and Fallout Boy exchanged a glance before stepping forward, their hands already on their weapons. Street Rat's voice cut through the heavy silence. "We know everything, Sidious. Your plans, your true identity, and your allies. This ends now." Sidious chuckled darkly, his voice rumbling through the room. "Ah, but you see, you are too late. Even with your knowledge of the future, you cannot stop what is about to unfold. My new allies, the false storyteller and the imposter, have given me access to powers far beyond anything the Jedi can comprehend. And with them at my side, nothing will stand in my way." Mace Windu's lightsaber ignited, the purple glow casting long shadows across the room. "You're finished, Palpatine. The Republic will not fall to your schemes." Beside him, Luke Skywalker activated his own green lightsaber, standing alongside his father Vader, who held his iconic red blade. Old Ben and Yoda from the future ignited their weapons as well, the soft hum of lightsabers filling the room as the Jedi prepared for battle. But Sidious remained calm, his dark aura swirling around him as he spread his arms wide. "We shall see," he said with a malevolent grin, before giving a subtle nod to his assembled allies. Without warning, the battle erupted. Grievous lunged forward with terrifying speed, his 4 lightsabers spinning like a deadly whirlwind as he aimed for the vandukes and Jedi. Ventress and Maul moved in perfect synchronization, their lightsabers weaving through the air as they clashed with the Jedi Masters. The false storyteller, standing beside the imposter, began to twist reality around them, warping the space itself as the vandukes could feel time and events bending under his influence. Street Rat, already anticipating the chaos, drew his magnum and fired rapidly at the imposter, the bullets enhanced with multiversal energy. The Orphan and Fallout Boy charged forward, targeting the false storyteller with everything they had, knowing that his reality warping powers posed the greatest threat. Plo Koon and Kit Fisto engaged with the commando clones and battle droids, their lightsabers flashing through the air as they deflected blaster fire. Meanwhile, Yoda and Old Ben leapt into action, facing Ventress and Maul in a furious clash of lightsabers. Anakin, caught between his future self, Darth Vader, and the chaos of the battle, found himself face to face with Palpatine. The Sith Lord's eyes gleamed with malicious anticipation, and his voice slithered into Anakin's mind. "Join me, Anakin. You know it is your destiny. Together, we can save Padme." But Anakin's resolve held firm. "No. This ends here, Sidious. I won't fall to the dark side." The room was a whirlwind of combat and clashing wills, the fate of the galaxy hanging in the balance. As the battle raged on, each side fought with everything they had, knowing that the future itself depended on the outcome of this final confrontation. The battle in Palpatine's office intensified with each passing moment, the clash of lightsabers and the roar of blaster fire echoing through the vast chamber. It was a fight unlike any the galaxy had ever seen, heroes from the past, present, and future fighting side by side against some of the deadliest enemies ever assembled. Street Rat ducked under a vicious strike from General Grievous, narrowly avoiding one of the 4 spinning lightsabers. He countered with a burst of gunfire, his magnum glowing with multiversal energy, the enhanced bullets ricocheting off Grievous' mechanical armor but leaving dents. The Orphan leapt onto Grievous' back, trying to slice into his joints with a vibroblade, while Fallout Boy provided cover, blasting droids and commando clones from across the room. Meanwhile, Darth Vader moved through the battlefield like a force of nature, his red lightsaber cutting down droids and clones with lethal precision. His movements were methodical, almost calm, but there was no mistaking the power behind each strike. At one point, Vader's path intersected with Anakin's as they both faced off against Sidious. "Anakin, we must strike together," Vader said, his voice still mechanical but filled with a sense of urgency. This was not the dark, cold Sith Lord they had feared. This was a man who had seen the future and knew what was at stake. Anakin, still grappling with the weight of everything happening around him, nodded. "For Padme. For the galaxy." The 2 Skywalkers, present and future, turned their attention to Sidious, who stood in the center of the chaos with a cold smile. Lightning crackled from Sidious' fingertips as he unleashed a storm of dark side energy, forcing the two of them back, but their combined strength in the Force began to push back against the Sith Lord. Sidious' grin faltered. "You cannot defeat me. I have foreseen this. You will fall." At that moment, Luke Skywalker joined his father and Anakin, igniting his green lightsaber and charging forward. The three Skywalkers past, present, and future united their strength, pushing Sidious onto the defensive. Meanwhile, across the room, Obi-Wan and Old Ben were locked in a deadly duel with Darth Maul and Asajj Ventress. Maul's rage fueled his every strike, his double-blade lightsaber spinning like a deadly whirlwind. Obi-Wan deflected a vicious attack from Maul, his blue blade flashing with precision. Old Ben, though older and slower, matched Ventress' agility with his experience, forcing her back with careful, controlled strikes. Ventress growled in frustration, her red lightsabers clashing with Old Ben's blade. "You think your age will save you, old man?" Old Ben only smiled. "I've learned a few things over the years." With a well-timed maneuver, Old Ben disarmed Ventress, sending one of her lightsabers flying across the room. She hissed in frustration, retreating momentarily as Obi-Wan pressed the attack on Maul. The two Jedi worked together, their movements in perfect harmony as they forced Maul and Ventress into a corner. Plo Koon and Kit Fisto, fighting side by side, tore through the ranks of droids and commando clones, their lightsabers blurring in the chaos. Plo's calm precision and Kit's relentless energy made them an unstoppable duo, their blades deflecting blaster fire and cutting down enemies with practiced ease. The two Jedi quickly overwhelmed the commandos, leaving only a small group of droids standing in their way. And then there was Yoda, both present and future fighting together as one. The two Yodas leapt and spun through the air, their green blades whirling in perfect sync as they took on the false storyteller and the imposter. The false storyteller's reality warping abilities made the fight unpredictable, warping the very fabric of the room, but the Yoda's connection to the Force allowed them to navigate through the distortions. The imposter, his mechanical body a hulking mass of twisted metal, fought with brutal efficiency, his strikes heavy and relentless. But the Vandukes weren't about to back down. Street Rat, Fallout Boy, and the Orphan coordinated their attacks, striking at the imposter's joints and weak points, slowly wearing him down. Street Rat's multiversal enhanced magnum blasted apart one of the imposter's arms, while Fallout Boy's well-aimed shot took out part of his mechanical leg. In the midst of the chaos, the false storyteller attempted to manipulate reality again, trying to undo the damage to the imposter and shift the battlefield in their favor. But as he concentrated, the Orphan launched himself at the false storyteller, driving a dagger into his side, disrupting his focus and stopping the reality warping. "You won't rewrite this one," the Orphan growled, forcing the false storyteller back. As the battle reached its peak, the combined forces of the vandukes, the Jedi, and their allies from the future began to overwhelm Sidious and his dark forces. Sidious, realizing his plans were unraveling, unleashed one final, desperate surge of dark side energy, attempting to break through the united front of the Skywalkers. But this time, it wasn't enough. Vader, Luke, and Anakin pushed forward with the Force, their combined power slamming into Sidious with the strength of 3 generations of Skywalkers. Sidious screamed in rage as he was blasted back, his dark energy collapsing around him. Across the room, the imposter's body collapsed as the vandukes delivered the final blow, while the false storyteller staggered, unable to continue warping reality under the relentless assault from the Jedi and vandukes. The battle was nearing its end, but the galaxy still hung in the balance. Would this victory be enough to finally topple Sidious and his allies? Or was there still more left to fight for? As the dust settled, the final moments of the battle loomed ahead. In the midst of the chaos, as the battle raged on, Palpatine Darth Sidious rose to his feet, his face twisted into a mask of pure malevolence. His yellow eyes glowed with unnatural fury, and the air around him crackled with dark energy, charged with the full weight of the dark side of the Force. With a scream of hatred, Sidious unleashed a devastating surge of power, a torrent of dark energy that erupted from his body like a storm, expanding outward and striking everyone in the room. The Jedi, the vandukes, even the figures from the future, all were thrown back, slamming into the walls and the floor as the Sith Lord's power tore through them. It was as though the very fabric of reality had begun to crack under the weight of his might. The room darkened, the shadows deepening, as Sidious, his voice rising in a maniacal cackle, intensified his assault. His hands crackled with Sith lightning, the blue and purple tendrils arcing toward the fallen Jedi and vandukes, pushing them to the brink of collapse. The false storyteller, weakened but still standing, joined in, trying to warp reality itself to amplify Sidious' power, the walls and floor twisting under the strain of the combined dark forces. Vader, Anakin, and Luke struggled to rise, the force of Sidious' attack keeping them pinned down. Luke, his face contorted with pain, reached out to his father, both of his fathers, knowing that if they didn't stop Sidious now, everything would be lost. "We have to," he gasped, his words lost in the din of Sidious' malevolent laughter. Sidious' voice echoed through the room, a terrifying chorus of triumph. "You thought you could stop me? You thought you could rewrite the future? Foolish Jedi. The dark side will consume all, and I will be its master. This galaxy, this reality, will be mine." The room trembled, the power of Sidious' onslaught forcing even the strongest to their knees. The vandukes, despite their multiversal strength, could feel the crushing weight of the dark side closing in around them. Street Rat, clutching his magnum, tried to focus, but Sidious' power was suffocating. Fallout Boy and the Orphan struggled as well, their weapons ineffective against this raw, overwhelming force. Just as it seemed that all hope was lost, the doors to the chamber were blasted open, and a lone figure charged into the fray. Count Dooku. His once regal face was hardened with resolve, his crimson lightsaber igniting with a snap hiss as he charged towards Sidious. Sidious turned, his eyes narrowing in surprise. Dooku. What is this? Without hesitation, Dooku leapt forward, his lightsaber cutting through the tendrils of dark lightning aimed at the Jedi and the vandukes. I have served you long enough, Sidious, Dooku said, his voice cold and determined. But today, I end this madness. With a strength born from years of mastery, Dooku pushed Sidious back, his blade flashing with precision as he cut through the dark energy, shielding the others as they slowly regained their footing. Sidious snarled in rage, his lightning intensifying, but Dooku pressed on, his attacks relentless, sacrificing himself to buy the others precious moments to recover. Vader, Luke, and Anakin saw their chance. With Dooku creating an opening, they gathered their strength. Luke ignited his green lightsaber once again, his grip tightening as he prepared for the final assault. Vader, with a glance toward his son, nodded grimly, and Anakin, his younger self, stood ready beside them. Dooku's body faltered under the sheer pressure of Sidious' power, his strength waning. As Sidious unleashed one final, devastating blast of lightning, Dooku roared in defiance, taking the full brunt of the attack, his body convulsing with pain but holding firm just long enough. Now! Luke shouted. In perfect unison, Vader, Anakin, and Luke surged forward, their lightsabers cutting through the storm of energy as they charged Sidious together. The Sith Lord, distracted and weakened by Dooku's sacrifice, barely had time to react. The three Skywalkers struck as one, their blades finding purchase. Sidious screamed in fury, his body convulsing as the combined power of the Skywalkers overwhelmed him. With a final, desperate scream, Darth Sidious was consumed by the light of the Force. His body collapsed in on itself, the dark energy dissipating into nothingness. The Sith Lord, the mastermind of the Clone Wars and the architect of the galaxy's destruction, was finally dead. As the room fell silent, the remnants of Sidious' power fading into the ether, the vandukes, Jedi, and their future allies stood in a moment of stunned relief. The threat of Sidious had ended, but the cost was great. Dooku lay on the floor, his body broken, his life slipping away. Street Rat, Old Ben, both Yodas, and the others rushed to his side. They tried to heal him, but the damage was too severe. Dooku's once proud features softened as he looked up at them, a flicker of peace in his eyes. I was a fool, Dooku whispered, his voice weak but filled with regret. But in the end, I see the truth. Obi-Wan knelt beside him, his hand resting gently on Dooku's shoulder. You came back to the light, Dooku. You are a Jedi once more. Dooku's lips curled into a faint smile, his final breath leaving his body. A Jedi, at last. With that, Count Dooku, former Sith Lord, passed away, redeemed in his final moments. The room fell into a solemn silence as the Jedi and vandukes mourned the loss of one who had found his way back to the light. Dooku had died not as a Sith, but as a hero, sacrificing himself to save the galaxy and allowing the Skywalkers to deliver the final blow to Darth Sidious. In the end, Dooku had returned to what he was always meant to be, a Jedi. In the aftermath of the climactic battle, the galaxy began to heal. The Jedi and vandukes gathered to honor Count Dooku's memory, giving him a traditional Jedi burial. The solemn ceremony was held in a peaceful glade outside the Jedi Temple, where the trees whispered in the wind, and the stars above seemed to shine just a bit brighter. Dooku, once lost to the dark side, was laid to rest as a hero and a Jedi, his sacrifice remembered as a key moment that helped save the galaxy. With Sidious defeated and the threat of the Sith extinguished, the focus shifted toward rebuilding. The first order of business was saving the clone troopers. Using advanced technology and the combined knowledge of the Jedi and vandukes, they halted the clones' accelerated aging, giving them a chance to live normal lives beyond war. The inhibitor chips, which had once bound them to Sidious will, were removed, freeing the clones from any lingering control. Commander Cody, Rex, and many other clone commanders were among the first to undergo the procedure. For the first time, they could live as individuals, not as tools of war. The clone army, now freed from their dark programming, was disbanded, with many clones choosing to live peaceful lives or become peacekeepers across the galaxy. But it wasn't just the clones who were saved. The battle droids, once programmed to wage war, were given a second chance as well. Reprogrammed and fitted with more advanced parts, the droids were redesigned to assist in peacekeeping, construction, and aiding people throughout the galaxy. They no longer served as instruments of destruction but as protectors and helpers. Some of the most advanced droids, like the commando units, were given the ability to think more freely, allowing them to become part of the rebuilding effort in a galaxy once torn apart by conflict. The Jedi, now working alongside their new allies from the future, the vandukes, and the reformed droid and clone forces, began a new chapter for the galaxy. Peace was no longer just a hope, it was becoming a reality. The old systems of power were dismantled, and the Republic was rebuilt with a new emphasis on justice, freedom, and the balance of the Force. It was a time of renewal, and for the first time in a long while, the galaxy felt hopeful. Together, the Jedi, vandukes, and their allies had ensured that the darkness was defeated, and now, it was time to build a future of light. As peace began to take hold in the galaxy, it was time for the Jedi from the future, Luke Skywalker, Darth Vader, Old Ben, and future Yoda, to return to their own timeline. They had played a crucial role in helping to defeat Sidious and prevent the dark future they had once lived through. Standing near the portal in the Jedi Temple, they exchanged final words with their allies from the present. Luke, his green lightsaber clipped at his side, looked at Anakin and smiled. "You still have so much ahead of you. Remember, you have the power to choose your path." Anakin, deeply moved, nodded. "Thank you, Luke. I won't forget this." Old Ben gave his younger self a knowing glance, a shared understanding passing between them. "Take care of him, Obi-Wan. You'll need each other." Obi-Wan, standing beside the present Yoda, returned the smile. "I always have." Future Yoda, leaning on his cane, looked at his past self and simply said, "Strong, the Force remains. Forward, look we must." As the final farewells were exchanged, the future Jedi stepped into the portal. With a final surge of energy, the portal shimmered, and the figures of the future Jedi disappeared, returning to their timeline. Peace had been restored in the present, and the galaxy had been given a second chance. Before Darth Vader stepped through the portal, he paused and turned toward Anakin and Padme, his mask hiding the deep emotion in his voice. For a moment, there was silence between them, a shared understanding of the pain and regret that spanned across time. "I'm sorry," Vader said quietly, his voice, though mechanical, carrying the weight of years of guilt and sorrow. Anakin and Padme exchanged a glance, their emotions conflicted but softened by the vulnerability in Vader's words. As Vader turned to leave, he added, "I will do everything in my power to fix the mess I made in my time." With those final words, Vader walked toward the portal, his black cape flowing behind him, and disappeared into the shimmering energy, returning to the future where he would seek redemption. The room fell silent once more, the gravity of the moment lingering in the air. Anakin stood beside Padme, watching as his future self vanished, both knowing that the choices they made from this moment on would shape the future in ways they couldn't yet fully grasp. But they had been given a chance to change things for the better. With the galaxy finally at peace and the future set on a better path, the Vandukes, Johnny Vanjuk, Street Rat, the Orphan, and Fallout Boy prepared to make their departure. Before leaving, they gathered with the Jedi in the quiet halls of the Jedi Temple. Each of the Jedi, from Obi-Wan and Anakin to Yoda and Ahsoka, received a call sign device from the Vandukes, a gift that would allow them to contact the multiverse's protectors whenever they needed. As the Vandukes turned toward the portal, Street Rat looked back one last time. "Don't be afraid to call us," he said with a small grin, his voice carrying both confidence and reassurance. The Jedi nodded in understanding, knowing that though the Vandukes were returning to their own world, they were only a call away. With that, the three Vandukes stepped through the portal, disappearing into the shimmering energy. Moments later, the portal closed behind them, leaving the Jedi to stand in quiet reflection. The Vandukes had returned to Lancaster, but the connection between the two worlds remained strong. The bond forged in battle and victory would not be easily forgotten, and the multiverse had never been safer, knowing the Vandukes were always ready to answer the call. In the quiet and solemn room of the Jedi Council, the remaining Jedi Masters gathered to reflect on the monumental events that had just unfolded. The air was heavy with the weight of what they had seen and experienced, and now, it was time to discuss the implications of it all. Mace Windu stood at the center of the room, his hands clasped behind his back as he looked around at the other Jedi: Plo Koon, Kit Fisto, Yoda, Obi-Wan Kenobi, Anakin Skywalker, Ahsoka Tano, and others, each of them weary but alive. We have faced a series of events unlike any in the history of the Jedi, Mace began, his tone measured but firm. Sidious Palpatine has been revealed as the Sith Lord who manipulated both sides of the Clone Wars. We learn this truth through the vandukes and their connection to the multiverse. Without their intervention, the Republic would have fallen. Obi-Wan nodded, reflecting on the tumultuous journey they had taken. The vandukes, they brought knowledge and allies from across the multiverse. It's still hard to believe. We faced versions of ourselves from a future timeline: Luke Skywalker, Old Ben, and even Vader. They confirmed everything we feared. Palpatine would have turned Anakin to the dark side, leading to the fall of the Jedi Order. Anakin, sitting quietly beside Obi-Wan, clenched his fists as the weight of what could have been settled on him. If it hadn't been for them, I might have become him. Vader. The choices I made could have destroyed everything. They showed me the path I could have taken, and I almost did. Ahsoka, standing beside Anakin, added, but we fought back. We stood together with the vandukes, the future versions of ourselves, and we defeated Sidious. But it wasn't just about Palpatine. We saw what the Sith's reach could have been, how far they would have gone. The false storyteller and the imposter were threats we never even knew existed. Plo Koon leaned forward, his voice calm but filled with concern. It is clear now that Sidious had alliances not just in this galaxy, but across realities. His plans went beyond the Republic and the Separatists. He was manipulating forces on a scale we could not comprehend. If not for Dooku's sacrifice, we might not have had the time to stop him. At the mention of Dooku, Yoda's ears drooped slightly, a flicker of sorrow crossing his ancient face. Return to the light, Dooku did. In his final moments, a Jedi he became again. Sacrificed himself, he did, to save the galaxy. A hero he is, despite the darkness he once embraced. Kit Fisto added, we also need to acknowledge the impact on the clones. We uncovered the inhibitor chips designed to control them, and thanks to the vandukes, we removed those chips and stopped their accelerated aging. The clones are no longer tools of war, but individuals who can live their own lives. Obi-Wan nodded in agreement. And the battle droids, once weapons of destruction, are now being repurposed to help rebuild the galaxy. It's a testament to what we've been fighting for, that even those designed for war can be given a second chance. Mace Windu paced slowly, reflecting on the larger picture. But this victory, while monumental, is only the beginning of the work we must do. The galaxy is fractured, and the Republic is in shambles. Palpatine's influence stretched far and deep, and there will be those who still support his vision of control. Yoda, ever the wise voice of the council, spoke softly but with determination. Much to rebuild, we have. Peace, fragile it is. But hope, strong it remains. A second chance, we have been given. Seize it, we must. Anakin, his expression resolute, added, the future is still uncertain, but we've been given a glimpse of what it can become if we stay true to the light. We can prevent the dark future that nearly came to pass. Ahsoka nodded beside him. The vandukes helped us see that. Their ability to move between realities, to protect the multiverse, gave us a perspective we could never have had on our own. We're stronger now because we know what's at stake. Plo Koon folded his hands in front of him, his tone reflective. We have been tested in ways we never imagined, but we prevailed. With the vandukes' help, we defeated not just Sidious, but the darkness that threatened to consume everything. Now, we must focus on rebuilding and ensuring that the balance we fought so hard to restore is maintained. The room fell into a brief silence, each Jedi lost in thought. They had seen the galaxy's potential for both darkness and light, and now it was their duty to protect it. The future, though uncertain, was brighter than it had been in a long time. But they all knew that vigilance would be needed to prevent the mistakes of the past from returning. Mace Windu's voice broke the silence, his tone resolute. We must rebuild the Jedi Order, re-establish our place in the galaxy as guardians of peace and justice. The galaxy will need guidance, and we will be ready to provide it. Yoda, standing with his small cane, gave a nod of agreement. The Force, it is with us. Together, stronger we are. A brighter future, we will forge. With that, the discussion came to a close. The Jedi, having reflected on the battles they had fought and the lessons they had learned, knew that their journey was far from over. But they also knew that they were now equipped with the knowledge, strength, and allies to face whatever challenges lay ahead. And so, united and determined, the Jedi Order prepared to rebuild, to heal the wounds of the past, and to ensure that peace, justice, and balance would reign across the galaxy. The portal hummed with energy as it opened once more, weeks after the galaxy had begun to rebuild itself. Out of the swirling light stepped a man, dressed in a casual punk rock aesthetic, torn jeans, a band shirt, and a jacket that had seen better days. His .44 Magnum rested easily on his hip, but it was his face that drew attention. Despite his youthful appearance, the weight of countless experiences across the multiverse was etched into his features. This was not just any Vanduke. He carried an aura of authority, of stories long told and battles hard fought. He was one of the first Vandukes to walk the multiverse. The original storyteller had arrived. The Jedi had called him for help. And with his arrival, a new chapter was about to begin. The Jedi gathered around the original storyteller, their expressions serious as they prepared to explain the situation in great detail. Master Yoda, his small form radiating wisdom, began by speaking of Coruscant's history, and what was now known as Level 1, the lowest and most forgotten layer of the planet-wide city. Coruscant, a city built upon itself, layer by layer, Yoda began, his voice soft but carrying weight. The highest levels, grand they are, filled with life, power, and the flow of politics. But below, far, far below, darkness lingers. Obi-Wan Kenobi stepped forward to explain further. Coruscant's history stretches back tens of thousands of years. The upper levels are what most people see: the shining towers, the Senate, the bustling districts. But few know what lies beneath. The city has been built up over millennia, with layer upon layer of infrastructure, industry, and abandoned architecture. The further down you go, the older and more decayed it becomes. Anakin Skywalker, looking troubled, added, "Level 1 is the lowest of all levels. It's beneath even the most dangerous slums. No one goes there because they can't. It's not just inhospitable, it's deadly." Kit Fisto, ever the optimist, gave a grave nod. The air is unbreathable. The oxygen is long gone, consumed by the age of the city. Level 1 is not just dangerous because it's old, there's no air to breathe. Even droids struggle to function in its environment, and no life has been able to survive there for centuries. It's a place completely forgotten by time. Obi-Wan continued, "Even worse, it's a place devoid of life in every sense. Disease and bacteria, which can thrive in the worst environments, cannot survive in Level 1. It's a place utterly devoid of the basic elements that support life, an ancient tomb at the heart of the planet." The original storyteller listened intently, his eyes narrowing as he took in the gravity of what they were explaining. He had been to some of the darkest and most dangerous places in the multiverse, but this sounded different. It sounded wrong. Mace Windu, always pragmatic, stepped in. "We felt a disturbance in the force coming from that level. It's faint, but unmistakable. Something dark stirs there. The simic readers in the temple devices we use to monitor psychic energy have picked up activity, something we haven't seen for millennia. It's as if an ancient power has awakened. But none of us can reach it." Plo Koon nodded. "We've sensed it too. The Jedi can't survive in that environment. The lack of oxygen, the complete sterilization of life, it makes it impossible for us to go down there. Even with the Force, we are bound by the same physical limitations. We would suffocate within moments. Which is why we need you," Ahsoka Tano said, her voice steady but filled with urgency. "You Vandukes, unlike the Jedi, you don't need oxygen to survive. You can go to places we can't. Whatever is happening down there, it's ancient, and it's dangerous. We believe you might be the only one who can investigate it and survive." The original storyteller looked at them, his thoughts racing. Level 1 wasn't just a forgotten relic, it was something more. A place so far removed from life that even bacteria couldn't exist. It was an alien environment, completely inhospitable, but he knew that if the Jedi had called him in, it was because whatever was happening down there was a threat to more than just Coruscant. Master Yoda spoke once more, his voice grave. Deprived of oxygen, level 1 is. In the deepest parts, something dark, ancient, awakens. Dangerous, it is, for Jedi or any living being. But you, Vanjik, special, your abilities are. Survive you can, where others cannot. Plo Koon, who had fought in many battles alongside the Vanjikis, added, you've been through many dangerous realities. You've seen things we can't even imagine. That's why we need you to go down there. We're counting on you to figure out what's happening. The original storyteller gave a slow nod, understanding the weight of what they were asking. This wasn't just a matter of exploring a forgotten part of Coruscant, it was about confronting something ancient, something dark that had been lurking in the shadows for millennia. It was a task only someone like him, a Vanjik, could handle. After a moment of silence, he looked at the Jedi and said, all right. I'll go. But whatever's down there, we need to be ready. If the Force is sensing it, then it's more than just an ancient relic. It's something dangerous. And I'll find out what it is. The Jedi, their expressions grim but relieved, nodded. They knew that with the original storyteller on their side, they had a chance to uncover the secrets of level 1 and face whatever dark power awaited them there. The original storyteller stood in the quiet chamber, going over the situation once more in his mind. If level 1 was truly as inaccessible as the Jedi had said, with no natural openings, no breathable air, and no living presence, then it meant that reaching it would require something unconventional, something only he could manage. He turned to the Jedi, his eyes scanning their faces, filled with quiet resolve. If it's unreachable, then there's no way down naturally, Vanjik mused aloud. Which means I'll have to make my own way in. He activated his call sign, the familiar device humming to life in his hand, and began preparing for what lay ahead. If I don't come back in 24 hours, contact the other Vanjikis. You know what to do. The Jedi, their expressions a mix of concern and confidence in Vanjik's abilities, nodded in agreement. They had witnessed firsthand what Vanjikis were capable of and knew that if anyone could navigate the unknown dangers of level 1, it would be him. With that, the original storyteller turned away, his mind already focused on the mission. He made his way to the nearest access point that led toward the lower levels, bypassing the bustling city above, and descending deeper into Coruscant's forgotten underbelly. His heart raced as he moved further from the light of the upper levels, feeling the air grow colder and thinner as he approached the depths of the planet-wide city. Eventually, the air itself grew too thin to breathe, confirming the warnings of the Jedi. Vanjik steeled himself, activating his multiversal powers to sustain his body without oxygen. His thoughts were sharp as he made his way deeper, crossing into the realm of level 1, silent, dark, and utterly void of life. Now, it was time to find out what dark secret had awakened in this ancient, forgotten place. As the original storyteller Vanjik descended into the depths of Coruscant, the temperature dropped sharply, and the air became thick with an eerie, suffocating stillness. The darkness around him seemed unnatural more than just the absence of light. It felt as though the very shadows had weight, pressing down on him with a quiet menace. He activated his ethereal vision, allowing him to see through the unnatural darkness. The labyrinthine structure of Coruscant's forgotten levels sprawled out before him, a network of abandoned tunnels, collapsed infrastructure, and forgotten machines that had been long buried beneath the surface. Vanjik moved silently, his .44 Magnum ready at his side, the weapon humming with multiversal energy, prepared for anything that might lurk in the forgotten depths. The silence was unsettling, even for someone as experienced as him. There was no sound of life, no hum of machines, no distant voices or echoes, just a vast, empty void. And yet, despite the emptiness, Vanjik could feel the weight of something in the air, something dark that lingered just out of reach. It was as though the very atmosphere was steeped in malevolence, a slow, creeping sense of dread that tightened around his chest. As he pushed forward, his call sign began to pick up faint energy readings. Something was down here, something powerful. He moved deeper into the forgotten tunnels, following the trail of dark energy that seemed to pull him further into the labyrinth. Then, without warning, the ground beneath him trembled. Vanjik paused, his instincts flaring. The tremor was subtle, but it reverberated through the entire structure, like the slow awakening of a long-dormant beast. He scanned the area, his enhanced vision allowing him to pick out the details of his surroundings. The walls were old, ancient even, covered in rust and grime from millennia of neglect. But there were symbols here, faint and worn with time, etched into the metal. They weren't standard markings from Coruscant's history, they were something older, something far more ancient. Vanjik knelt, examining the runes. They pulsed with dark energy, faint but unmistakable. He couldn't place the language, but the power behind them was clear. They were part of whatever force had been hidden away for so long. His call sign flickered, giving him a reading that confirmed his suspicions. These runes were tied to the dark presence the Jedi had sensed. As he continued down the tunnel, the air grew heavier. He no longer felt the cold or the lack of oxygen, but the weight of the dark energy became almost palpable, pressing in on him like a physical force. The walls around him began to shift, subtly at first, but then with greater intensity. Reality itself seemed to warp the further he went. And then, he found it. The tunnel opened up into a vast, dark chamber. The walls were lined with the same ancient runes, glowing faintly in the dim light. At the center of the room was a massive, black structure, a monolith of sorts, covered in intricate designs, pulsating with a slow, rhythmic energy. The dark presence was overwhelming here. Vanjik could feel it pulsing through the air, seeping into the very ground beneath him. Whatever this was, it was old, far older than the structures of Coruscant. It felt like something that predated the Republic, something ancient and forgotten. Suddenly, a low, guttural sound echoed through the chamber. Vanduk froze, his magnum raised. He scanned the room, his ethereal vision piercing the darkness, but there was no movement. The sound, however, persisted, growing louder, more insistent. It was like the deep rumble of something awakening, something vast and malevolent stirring from a long slumber. He approached the monolith, his eyes narrowing as he took in the strange symbols carved into its surface. They weren't just inscriptions, they were alive, pulsing with the dark energy that had corrupted the chamber. He reached out, his fingers grazing the cold, black stone, and felt a sudden jolt of energy surge through him. In that moment, the darkness around him seemed to shift. The chamber quivered, and the runes on the walls flared with a violent red light. Vanduk stepped back, his heart racing. Something was coming. He could feel the presence growing stronger, its power swelling in the air. And then, from the shadows, a figure began to emerge. It was tall, impossibly so, its body wrapped in shadow and darkness, like a figure from an ancient nightmare. Its face was obscured, but its eyes burning with a crimson fire locked onto Vanduk with a hunger that sent a chill down his spine. The figure was ancient, far older than anything he had encountered before, its presence a black hole of malevolent energy. It spoke, though its voice was not a voice at all, it was the sound of the void, of empty spaces between stars. You are not supposed to be here. Vanduk's grip on his magnum tightened. Who are you? He demanded, his voice steady, though the tension in the air was unbearable. The figure stepped forward, the darkness around it swirling like a living entity. I am what has always been. I am the one who waits beneath the surface, the one who sees what others cannot. And you, traveler, have made a grave mistake. Vanduk didn't flinch. He had faced beings like this before, forces of darkness from other realities. But this felt different, more ancient, more deeply rooted in the very fabric of the universe. Whatever this being was, it had been waiting here for a long, long time. I don't make mistakes, Vanduk replied, his voice calm but filled with determination. The figure's crimson eyes flared brighter. You will soon learn otherwise. The chamber shuddered again, and the darkness seemed to press in tighter. Vanduk knew then that whatever this was, it was only the beginning. The true nature of Level 1 was far darker than anyone had realized, and now he was in the heart of it. And he would have to survive whatever came next. Vanduk's eyes narrowed as the shadowy figure advanced, moving with the speed and precision of a seasoned warrior. The darkness swirled around them, thick and impenetrable, making it nearly impossible to gauge his opponent's full form. Every strike Vanduk attempted was met with brutal, overwhelming force. He was quick, but this being moved with an unnatural agility, its dark power seeping into every motion, every strike. Vanduk leaped back, raising his magnum and firing, but the figure dodged effortlessly, the shadows consuming the bullets before they could make contact. The fight was one-sided, and Vanduk knew it. He was powerful, but this enemy was something else entirely. It was like fighting the embodiment of the dark side itself, a primal force that had existed for eons. But what the shadowed figure didn't know was that Vanduk held the power to rewrite the very fabric of reality. As the dark figure lunged again, Vanduk's mind raced. He could feel the oppressive weight of the shadows closing in, but he had one advantage that no one could take from him: control over the environment itself. It was time to shift the battle in his favor. He activated his call sign, tapping into the multiversal power that coursed through him, and with a single thought, everything changed. The darkness that had filled the room was instantly pierced by a blinding light. Vanduk flooded the space with radiant energy, the oppressive shadows dissipating like smoke in the wind. The old, decaying machinery and rusted walls around him began to hum with life, gears turning, metal groaning as the long-dead mechanisms sparked to life once more. Oxygen filled the room, the air no longer stale and suffocating. Nature itself seemed to respond, vines and greenery creeping up the walls as if life had been restored to a long-forgotten world. The lights above flickered on, casting the entire chamber in bright, sterile light. The transformation was immediate and total. The oppressive darkness that had once given the figure its strength was gone, replaced by life and light. Now, for the first time, Vanduk could see his opponent in full. The figure that had once been hidden in the shadows now stood exposed in the brilliant light of the restored chamber. His cloak was tattered, and his skin pale, his features gaunt and lined with age, but his eyes burned with a deep, crimson fire. He held a lightsaber, its blade red and humming with the energy of the dark side, but the robes he wore told a deeper story, one from a time long past. This was no ordinary Sith. The dark energy radiating from him, combined with the ancient style of his robes, revealed the truth. Vanduk was facing one of the original Dark Jedi, one who had turned to the dark side and become a Sith many thousands of years ago, before even the rise of the Sith Empire. This was one of the founding members of the Ancient Order, a being who had helped shape the dark side itself into what it had become. The Dark Jedi's red eyes blazed with fury as he realized what Vanduk had done. "You dare rewrite reality in my domain." His voice was deep, filled with both ancient wisdom and hatred. "You will regret this, traveler." But Vanduk, now standing in control of the environment, smirked. "You don't know the multiverse like I do. This is my domain now." With the shadows gone and the environment alive with energy, Vanduk knew the tide had turned. The battle was no longer one-sided. He could see his enemy clearly now, and with the restored light, the ancient Sith no longer had the advantage of the darkness. The real fight was about to begin. The light of the newly revived chamber bathed the two combatants in sharp contrast. Vanduk, now fully in control of his environment, squared off against the ancient Dark Jedi, a Sith Lord of untold power and age. The chamber buzzed with the revived hum of machinery, the sound mixing with the crackle of the red blade lightsaber in the Sith's hand. But despite Vandukes' newfound advantage, this Dark Jedi was no ordinary foe. His experience, honed over millennia, made every strike swift, precise, and deadly. The Force itself seemed to ripple with his every movement, like a predator coiled to strike. The ancient Sith lunged forward, his lightsaber flashing in a deadly arc. Vanduke dodged by a hair's breadth, feeling the searing heat of the red blade pass close to his skin. The Sith pressed the attack relentlessly, his movements fueled by anger at having been exposed and outwitted. Vanduke rolled to the side, firing his magnum in quick succession, but the Sith deflected the shots with a series of tight, controlled movements. "You are an anomaly," the Sith hissed, his voice a dark growl as he drove Vanduke back, a disruption in the natural order. "The dark side will consume you." Vanduke barely had time to respond before the Sith lashed out again, the lightsaber slashing dangerously close to his chest. Vanduke ducked, but the ancient warrior's speed was overwhelming. The Sith leaped into the air, aiming a crushing overhead strike. Vanduke raised his magnum and fired, the enhanced bullets exploding against the Sith's lightsaber, but the impact sent Vanduke skidding backward. Gasping for breath, Vanduke could feel the heat of the battle rise around him. The Sith was skilled. His age and experience made him a force unlike any Vanduke had faced before. The chamber seemed to warp with the weight of the Sith's dark power, the pressure of the Force making the air thick and heavy despite Vanduke's manipulation of the environment. The Sith closed the distance, his crimson blade flashing in a complex series of strikes aimed at overwhelming Vanduke's defenses. Vanduke ducked, rolled, and dodged, using every ounce of his enhanced speed and agility to avoid the lethal strikes. But the Sith was relentless. With each near miss, the blade cinched Vanduke's clothes, cutting close to his skin as the deadly duel intensified. The Sith aimed for Vanduke's head with a vicious horizontal slash, but Vanduke parried the blow with his magnum, using the gun like a makeshift sword to block the strike. The two stood locked in place, the force of their weapons pressing against one another. Sweat beaded on Vanduke's forehead as he fought to hold his ground, the red glow of the lightsaber illuminating his determined face. "Your power is fleeting, traveler," the Sith spat, pushing harder. "You cannot defeat me." Vanduke gritted his teeth, refusing to give in. He knew he needed to turn the tide fast. With a sudden burst of strength, Vanduke shifted his weight, twisting his body to the side and letting the Sith's momentum carry him forward. The Sith stumbled for a brief second, off balance. That was Vanduke's moment. He kicked the Sith in the chest, sending him backward a few feet, and quickly holstered his magnum. His eyes flicked to the ancient weapon in the Sith's hand. The lightsaber, the weapon of his enemy, would be his only chance. The Sith recovered quickly, snarling in rage as he lunged at Vanduke again, but this time Vanduke was ready. Using his enhanced speed, he sidestepped the Sith's next strike, reaching out with both hands. In one swift motion, Vandukes grabbed the hilt of the lightsaber, twisting it out of the Sith's grasp. For the first time, surprise flickered in the Sith's ancient eyes as his weapon was torn from his hand. Before the Sith could react, Vandukes spun the lightsaber in his grip, igniting its crimson blade. The weight of the weapon felt foreign but powerful in his hands, humming with dark energy. Without hesitation, he swung the blade at the Sith, the red light slashing through the air with deadly intent. The Sith, unarmed and momentarily stunned by the loss of his weapon, tried to backpedal, his hands raised to summon the dark side of the Force. But Vandukes gave him no chance. In a single, fluid motion, he stepped forward, bringing the lightsaber down in a powerful arc. The crimson blade met the Sith's torso, cutting through him with a clean strike. The ancient warrior's face contorted in shock and pain as the blade seared through his form. He staggered back, his body crackling with the energy of the lightsaber wound, his dark presence weakening as the Force itself seemed to recoil from him. "You cannot kill what is eternal," the Sith gasped, his voice fading as his body began to collapse. The shadows around him flickered and dissolved, the dark power that had sustained him for so many centuries finally fading into oblivion. Vandukes, breathing heavily, stood over the fallen Sith, the crimson blade of the lightsaber still humming in his grip. The chamber, once filled with oppressive darkness, was now lit by the brilliance of the revived machinery and the light Vandukes had summoned. The ancient runes on the walls flickered one last time before dimming, their power extinguished along with the Sith. The Dark Jedi, one of the original betrayers who had turned to the dark side thousands of years ago, lay defeated at Vandukes' feet. His ancient reign of terror had finally come to an end, his body dissolving into the dust of forgotten time. Vandukes deactivated the lightsaber, the hum fading into silence. The battle was over. He had won. Remember this? The original storyteller Vandukes informs the Jedi. Yes. No. Vandukes returned to the Jedi Temple, the weight of the battle still fresh in his mind. As he gathered with the Jedi Council to recount what had transpired, his voice was steady but firm. "I fought an ancient dark Jedi, one of the originals who turned to the Sith thousands of years ago. He had been hiding in the depths of Level 1, sustained by the dark side for millennia." Vandukes paused, his gaze moving across the Jedi, letting the significance of the encounter sink in. "I managed to defeat him," he continued. "But more importantly, I've changed the environment down there. The light, oxygen, and life I introduced should start to spread throughout the lower levels. Levels 1 through 4 have been deprived for so long, but now, over the next few years, they should become habitable again." The Jedi exchanged glances, processing the implications of what Vandukes had done. Yoda, his wise eyes gleaming, nodded. "A gift, this is. Life returns to where there was none. A dark place, it was. But now, it changes. Vanduke nodded. There will still be work to do, but in time, those levels can be rebuilt and used again. The darkness that had lingered there is gone. Obi-Wan, standing nearby, looked at Vanduke with respect. What you've done will not only protect Coruscant but give it a chance to grow again. The lower levels can finally be restored. Vanduke, feeling the weight of the task lifted from his shoulders, gave a small smile. Just make sure you're ready for what comes next. This galaxy has a lot of potential, but it's not without its challenges. With those final words, the Jedi knew that Vanduke had not only defeated an ancient threat but had also set in motion a new era of growth for Coruscant, one that would take time but would bring life back to the long-forgotten lower levels. And so, with the ancient Sith defeated and the lower levels of Coruscant slowly returning to life, the galaxy entered a new era of hope and renewal. The Vandukes, ever watchful, returned to the multiverse, knowing that their work was far from over. The Jedi, with newfound strength and unity, prepared to rebuild and face whatever challenges lay ahead. But for now, at least, peace had returned, and a brighter future beckoned on the horizon. The end.